Good morning, all. Let's go ahead and take our seats so we can get started here. Thank you. My name is Bill Murray. I'm the President and CEO of the Medical Device Innovation Consortium. Very excited today. This is a big day for MDIC. Our annual public forum is an opportunity to communicate all of the great work that our total ecosystem collaborators are doing, and today I think you'll get a sense for, through the morning and afternoon program, a good understanding of the work we're doing in collaboration with stakeholders throughout the ecosystem. A couple housekeeping items before we get started. First, the restrooms are out. The gentleman's is immediately to the left, and then the ladies is across the hall and to the right. The Pew has asked that if you need to step out to take a call, to go down one floor, because they have offices immediately outside here, and so the noise does tend to carry into the office area. So if you could support that, that would be great. And other than that, I think we have coffee and water and what have you in the back of the room, and feel free to get it as you desire. So I'm very pleased with the lineup that we have today. We're very excited by all of the people that will be presenting, but in particular, our first keynote speaker is a person of that's obviously got a very important role today, and potentially an even bigger role coming up, and that is Dr. Robert Califf, who is currently the Deputy Commissioner of Medical Products and Tobacco at FDA, and recently announced his nomination to be the Commissioner for FDA. So we're very excited for Dr. Califf, and very excited that he is here today to make a few remarks. I can assure you that the confirmation hearings will probably be more challenging than the questions you get from our audience today. But just a wonderful opportunity, and I've had Dr. Califf has been in his position since February of this year, and I will tell you that I have been impressed with his command and understanding. Obviously, he's an expert in clinical trials and clinical research, and has a very strong grasp on medical devices, so we're very pleased to have him here. Just before we start, I would like to say that MDIC, a little bit about MDIC, and just starting with, this was a report that was published earlier this month for the FDA Science Review Board, and it talked about extramural collaborations, and it highlights in particular, as an example, the importance that public-private partnerships have, and the example that was highlighted in the executive summary was the Medical Device Innovation Consortium. So we're very pleased about the recognition that we received from the work we're doing, and we're now coming up on 3 years as an organization. It'll be 3 years in December. I joined just over 2 years ago as we started to kind of get the organization built and some support and funding, and we'll talk about more of that as we go through the day today. Just briefly, MDIC, we are a public-private partnership. We are uniquely focused on regulatory science for medical device ecosystem, and so that is what separates us from many of the other public-private partnerships that are out there. Our public-private partnership is made up of members from industry, from government, FDA, CMS, and NIH, as well as nonprofit organizations, including the Pew Charitable Trust, where we are today. So we're very pleased with the broad participation within the ecosystem of our work. You're going to hear from a number of people during this first panel regarding the creation of MDIC and the importance of regulatory science. So I'm going to let more of that kind of come out during the morning session. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Califf, who is going to speak to you about the importance of regulatory science and some of his views and perspectives on public-private partnerships. So Dr. Califf?
Thanks, Bill. It's great to be here with y'all today. And especially excited about this partnership, which I've had a chance to sort of see from the beginning, and it's really got legs now, as I think the rest of the day will show. First of all, thanks for the nice introduction, and I do want to make it clear I'm just nominated for this position, and I'm pretty excited about the chance to take on the job if given the opportunity by the Senate, but it is up to the Senate. And I'm currently in the job as a Deputy Commissioner, as you mentioned, for medical products and tobacco, and that's certainly quite a large span of activities to try to get your arms around, and that's really the perspective that I'll speak from today. I think a lot of you know from my history that I'm very aware and insistent that, in fact, all medical products exist in what you've correctly termed an ecosystem. That is, there's not one dominant player. There are many elements of the team. Team members have a role to play. What's really changed, I think, in the last decade, mostly due to all the changes in our society and social media, is that the distinctions and the boundaries across the teams have gotten blurred. And we're all, I think, in a learning phase right now about how to deal with that, and I think this is a major part of the activity of MDIC as it relates to the FDA in particular. I do want to stress, right from the beginning that you can't be in the job at FDA for more than a day without being hyper aware of the fact that there's really sort of a sacred key bedrock element of the FDA, which is the review of medical products and the ongoing surveillance for safety and appropriate use. And those elements have to be really walled off and kept separate. I think everybody understands that that's something the American public very much depends on. And so it does lead to some complexity in the kinds of things you're talking about today, where we want to advance the science, which is very much dependent on many other team players besides FDA. On the other hand, when it comes to medical product review, that has to be kept separate, has to be nonpartisan and unbiased, and I think the American public is very aware of that. We're certainly aware of it, and it's a fair challenge to work out all the rules that need to exist for public-private partnerships to thrive. So that's the first point I wanted to make. But as we look into this deeper, we can see the many constituents who are really team members. Obviously the industry, which used to be walled off from all the other elements, but now we have academia now very much going into integrated health systems, which have a major say in development of all sorts of medical products and increasing power because they're aggregating into very large units. The system I came from at Duke is relatively small at about $3 billion in revenue per year, but if you just look at the region we're in right now, Hopkins, MedStar, Inova, they're each, I think, over $9 billion in revenue. These are major elements who have become more multifaceted. They all have an academic component in the middle, which is mixing the mission of discovery, innovation, evaluation, creativity, and business, the business of healthcare delivery. And so we are mixing it up. But the great advance that I think is going to be the most important part of the system, which I've had a lot of fun participating in over the last decade, is the emergence, strangely enough, of the patient and the consumer as key players on the team. When I came along in the late 70s in medical school, we were very devoted to patient care, but we thought of patients as recipients of our tremendous wisdom that we had as doctors. That was sort of how you were trained. And growing up developing treatments for conditions like heart attack and heart failure, the patients really came in at the end of the day as people who would be given prescriptions or have devices implanted by clinicians. But that's all changed, and I think it's the greatest thing that's happened to the system. And when you look back on it now, sort of like a lot of things historically, you'd say, why would anyone want to develop a device for a condition that affects people without directly involving the people with the condition from the very beginning? And I've said this before, but I was not aware of the degree to which Jeff's team at CDRH had taken this to heart and really pushing the industry. And, you know, I was in this camp a couple of years ago being a little bit anxious about this because it's letting the people affected inside the tent can feel a little scary because you reveal sometimes how little you actually know and how much is still exploratory. But CDRH, I think, has done a phenomenal job of pushing all the other team members to say, let's not just think about patient preferences, which is a hot topic right now, but if you're going to develop a device and you want to come to the FDA, show up with people who are affected by the condition. And as we think about the major advantages of social media, there's certainly some interesting twists and disadvantages at times and things that we still have to understand. But we're now rapidly moving from a situation where we had to depend on representatives of people with conditions to the people themselves, because it used to be there was no way to contact everybody with a condition, but almost everyone now has a cell phone. The majority are smartphones, and the capacity of those to provide interactive information is growing rapidly. So it's a new day. We're all on the team. We all have roles, and we're still trying to understand these roles better. And, you know, I applaud the people that have come to join at the FDA for dealing with this complexity where we've got to keep the sanctity of product review while at the same time engaging in the scientific and clinical worlds to make things better. So a little bit now about the priorities and how these fit into partnerships in the broader scientific community. My mantra on this has not changed since I've come to the FDA. I'm feeling pretty good that what people had told me before I came really were the key scientific issues. They really cut across all the centers, not just devices that we all need to be aware of and thinking about. The first is the measurement of outcomes. And it's actually a lot more complicated than I used to think it was. I'm someone who's designed and done a lot of clinical trials and outcome studies. But if we begin with biomarkers, something that we measure as a biological measurement, and then think about all the multiple uses of biomarkers, the criteria for when a biomarker can be used as a surrogate in decision-making about whether a medical product should be allowed on the market, or whether a clinician should follow a patient using that marker, something that's in practice very important. And then we go to patient-reported outcomes, and outcomes now derived from things that people carry on their bodies, the watches that measure heart rate and blood pressure, and these are going to advance very rapidly, and we know that. And then the good old-fashioned clinical outcomes, which, you know, I personally still very much believe that the majority of people, when it comes down to it, only want to have their insurance company or themselves spend money if the product makes them feel better, live longer, or avoid other negative consequences in life. So measuring what actually happens to people probably is going to be more important in the future, not less. But of course, that's also changing because we used to depend on people showing up at a clinic or a hospital before we could ask them what was going on or measure what happened to them. Now they can just get on the phone, as they all do every morning, and send in the information. But we've got to learn more about how to do that. So this whole spectrum is an enormous body of work. It's old in a sense, but the modern interpretation in this new era of sort of what I think of as bilateral revolutions, one in biological sciences and engineering, and the other in just the general field of information. It's all got to be recast, and we need to do that together to come up with the right rules of the road so that we can employ all this knowledge to the benefit of people. Now then, the second part of this to me is the evidence generation system, and if you don't believe we need improvements in the evidence generation system, I would just ask that you look at headlines in the news about technology in the last week. The problem, in my view, is not that people aren't trying hard and they're not creative. We have a national evidence generation system which is not fit for purpose. And it's not any individual's fault. It's a group own goal, if you will, like in soccer. We've got amazing technology to generate evidence now, but we haven't figured out how to employ it in the most effective way. I think about this in segments. And again, this is really not device specific, but it's very pertinent to devices. The first is what I would call human phenotyping. That's kind of a fancy word to say, what does a person look like? How do you measure how a person's doing, either in the normal state? Defining normal, by the way, is a whole endeavor that we have to redo now that we can measure so much. Or with a particular condition that we're concerned about. And you're all aware that in many diseases, it's sort of started with cancer, but we're now segmenting diseases into multiple components by our ability to measure biological systems and outcomes. So we used to think of cancer by sort of organ type, and now we know pathways are a better way to characterize cancer. But the same thing is happening with heart failure and diabetes and coronary disease, arthritis, you name it. So this phenotyping effort is a big deal. We all need to work on it. But then we get into clinical trials, and clinical trials is my great scientific love. I think a lot of people know that. I've spent my career trying to argue for appropriate design of clinical trials to get the right answers. In many cases, to me, that means much simplification. In some cases, it actually means more complexity. But right now, more than 85% of major decisions made by clinicians based on clinical practice guidelines do not have high-quality evidence. And, my field of cardiology, I think, is the best. We've had sort of a contest among fields, but it's not very good to say you're best in the worst league you can imagine, where 85% of the time you haven't really generated the evidence that you need. And, of course, the great thing is now we know that we can do it because almost every American has an electronic health record. We almost all have personal devices. What used to hold us back, which was just getting access to the information, is no longer the problem. We really have to work together to create a system so that those who develop the best medical products win the contest and people know what's best, so that doctors, patients, and consumers keep having to be reminded a large part of the FDA deals with consumers, not patients, so they can make good choices. And then the third element, which is, in my view, very related to the clinical trials, is what people have called real-world data. And when you have everyone with an electronic health record and many very high-quality registries which have been developed because of the pressure on clinicians to demonstrate quality in what they do, you really have the substrate to have, like many things in life, a continuous measurement system, and then employ randomization, the randomized trial, when it's appropriate. And before I came, I learned a lot from Silicon Valley and work that I was doing, and I was unaware until a few years ago that almost everything that Google and Facebook do that's important, they employ randomization to figure out the best way to do it. So when you log on to Google, you're participating in randomized trials. And if it's good enough for selling things on a computer system, it ought to be good enough to determine what your best medical products are and what the best health is. So I don't see these elements as totally dissociated from each other. I think randomization embedded into electronic records and registries is critical. And then patient-centeredness itself is a science that cuts across all of the Office of Medical Products and tobacco. And there's a lot of intuitiveness to it. It feels right, but the science of how to do things right and make sure we have the right samples. If we're going to go directly to people to understand what their problems are and how they're doing, we better make sure we get a good sample when we do that, or the whole population. And there are many issues involved in that we need to continue to work out. When we ask questions, we better make sure people understand the questions that we're asking so the answers are useful. Embedded in all this, of course, is ethics, which is not necessarily a science. And ethics has many elements, but as we're evolving into this learning health system, there are a lot of questions that come up that we need to understand what people think is right, and we need to tailor the system to help people. I would call your attention to the new version of the Common Rule, which came out for final public comment just a few weeks ago. It's a little daunting. It's 595 pages, I think. But remember, this is the rule book by which all of our human studies are done in the United States. And it's going to be very profound in terms of where it's taking us in terms of the involvement of patients and consumers in the system of generating evidence. Then the final thing to mention is globalization, which I knew about it at the FDA, but now that I've had a chance to look at it from the inside, there are just a huge set of issues that we have to deal with. It's obviously, I was almost didn't go down and get on the metro when I saw the discussions of the Pope, the head of China, the President, and Putin all being at the UN at the same time, which is pretty remarkable. But, we live in a world where many of the great discoveries and ideas are not going to come directly from the U.S., yet we have a special responsibility because we are the fountain of the most creative ideas, and that hasn't changed. It's very palpable when you're in the FDA to see how you're looked at by people in the rest of the world. We are the gold standard. But when it comes to things like supply lines and where products are produced and how they come together to make something that's useful, there's a lot to learn about how to most scientifically deal with that. So that's sort of a summary of the things that I think are amenable to public-private partnerships. To conclude again, none of these issues are unique to the FDA, but all of them are pertinent to all aspects of the FDA. We want to work with you to figure out what to do, but then also keep that element. We have to have the judgment capability that's independent and not amenable to influence by these partnerships. So thanks, and I think I can take a couple of questions if people have any they want to ask.
In your experience, Rob, have you seen any other public-private partnerships that are good sort of role models for what we're trying to do?
Bill, I think I'm a little biased because I've been, when I was on the other side of the fence, that was one of the main things that I worked on. So, CTTI, which is work I regard as sort of a parallel to this, I think has been very effective in pushing along these ideas. And that's actually what got me involved more with the patient groups. There was a great meeting at CTTI where I was expressing anxiety about, what if we do something wrong when we're involving the world of patients, and a patient advocate got up and said, you better wake up. And it got me there. But, as you know, there are many other non-medical elements of our society where public-private partnerships are making a huge difference. And I think as we develop our style at the FDA, we need to study the successful ones and also learn from the ones that don't work, because in my experience, there's nothing worse than a public-private partnership that gets nothing done. It's a drain of time and energy. Yes.
The population modeling, phenotype kind of things that you were talking about, how is the communication between the FDA and NIH, where all this research is being funded, where I know the computational biologists are looking for how can they be more creditable, and for getting to the point where you could conceivably have libraries of reusable stuff, all that has to be captured in the basic science models first. And if there's no connection between what the FDA and the drug industry is going to need and what is being funded in the bioimaging, bioengineering modeling, we're going to waste a whole lot of stuff.
I'm really glad you asked that because it was one of the things I wanted to comment on. There's a thing called the FDA-NIH Joint Leadership Council, or if you're at the NIH, you call it the NIH-FDA Joint Leadership Council, and we meet every 6 months, but in between there are committees that work, and the topics that I went through are what we're entirely focused on. And I would say right now the communication, just as an example, the leadership of NIH got on a bus and came to the FDA last week for a 3-hour meeting to talk about these things. So, you know, the discussion is at a fever pitch right now. And part of it is, just to quickly mention this, the basic science is critical. That's the NIH's mission. It's not the FDA's mission, although we do some basic science when it has regulatory implications. But what's also happening is that with the human genome, the basic science is moving into people. And the time between discovery and translation is getting very short. So there's a lot of enthusiasm at NIH to work with FDA, and we're reciprocating. So, but keep the pressure on about that because it's hard work and they're big places. Keep asking. Okay.
And I don't suppose we get to vote for who's going to be the commissioner.
No, you don't.
One question. You mentioned how the review process and the reviewers need to be walled off. The danger in that, of course, is insularity and the development of a bunker mentality. But on the other hand, we have many scientists in many fields at FDA who interact. One way is through these public-private partnerships. How do you see that as a way of getting some, you know, maybe welcome penetration of something that could be walled off?
So I think you got in a sense that I don't think anyone yet has come up with a perfect formula for looking at the FDA of the future. And that's a lot of what, as you know, Congress is talking about, and certainly the President also very interested in this because he's, as one other thing to mention, the Precision Medicine Initiative, which is the President's initiative, is really meant to drive the technology of multidimensional, enormous data sets that the FDA is going to need to deal with. And you can't deal with that from a walled-off environment. So we've got work to do to figure out how to do this right. People will have to watch, and I'm sure we'll make some mistakes along the way. But we've got to preserve that one part while also having our scientists be keeping up with a part of science which is just exploding right now. I was at a meeting day before yesterday looking at whole genome sequencing and how we're going to deal with it. If you think about 3 billion base pairs in every individual, you know, being submitted as part of applications, it's going to be a different world. So I wish I had a crisp answer, but it's going to take work. Yes.
Know what we're doing in medicine is successful. How do you measure the outcomes and success of CDRH and FDA, both in their activities in general and the public-private partnerships in particular?
Well, I mean, I can speak a little bit to CDRH, and Jeff may have some other things to say, but, you know, there's sort of, I think there are two, well, they're really, you know, as I'm looking at it on the website, there are 3 missions at FDA: protect the public, stimulate innovation, and the third part is dealing with information. You know, we have a role in making sure that the information that comes out is as good as it can be. All these are big challenges, but certainly one core measurement at FDA is very publicly available, which is review times and how well the routine business is getting done. I think the more stimulating innovation and making the right decisions is much more difficult, and you know, I'm not really prepared to comment on that right now, but it's certainly an area where we're going to have a lot of dialogue, because getting that right is inevitably a matter of opinion. Yes?
Yeah, thank you. You've covered so much, so it's really helpful. On patient-centeredness, you said there are many issues involved, and there's a lot that we have to work out. We have to make sure the answers are useful. And I'm wondering how you think public-private partnerships can help on that front. If there are examples you could share, what do you want to see the successes look like in the reign of the next commissioner?
Well, I can't address the reign of the next commissioner because I may not be the next commissioner. That's up to the U.S. Senate. But I can certainly talk from my role as deputy commissioner that I think there's sort of two elements of this from the FDA's perspective. One is partnerships where the FDA is integral, because we need to hear directly from patients, not just at meetings about individual products, but more about their concerns about their diseases and their problems. So if you look at what, it's been fun for me to patchwork between CDRH and then the drug side. CDRH is focused a lot more on preferences. The drug side is focused more on meetings where people come in and talk about their diseases and problems. But these really fit together quite nicely. So we need to hear from people independently of their concerns and interest in a specific product, and that's a key issue for FDA. But then, you know, I was up at the Multiple Myeloma Research Foundation. It's okay for me to say this after permission. My mom has multiple myeloma, and she's benefited from 4 consecutive drugs that came on the market just as she became refractory to the previous drug regimen. And when you look at what they've done, bringing in patients, industry, having the patients really drive the quality measures and recruit into the clinical trials and demanding that the clinical trials address the questions that the patients are interested in, there's an ecosystem which I think is working, and I've personally benefited from it. So none of that is controlled by the FDA. We're just people at the table, you know, cheering them on and enjoying getting high-quality applications with good data, because the patients are driving the need for good data, and they're looking carefully at what companies are doing. That, to me, is sort of the ultimate.
Thank you very much for your comments. It's great. I have a question regarding regulatory harmonization across the planet, actually, because we're all looking at cost and effectiveness of different technologies, and cost is driven to a large extent by the different requirements of you know, the different countries. Do you have any thoughts on where you think that might go in the future?
Well, I can say just a quick word about regulatory harmonization. I can't really talk about costs at this point. That's not the FDA's primary role, but I'm scheduled to be in London next week meeting with the EMA, and there's certainly a great need for transparent, good working relationships between, particularly as it comes to the operational aspects of evidence generation. And EMA and FDA have a lot in common and still a good bit of work to do. I wouldn't argue that the decisions need to all be the same, because the decisions about the risk-benefit trade-offs are dependent on culture. And so what might be okay in one society might not be okay in another. But when companies and patients are having to do different things in the studies they do, it runs up expense, and to the extent that that's redundant and unnecessary, we need to cut it out. Many of you also know I had the real joy of helping to start up a medical school in Singapore. I'm very aware of the regulatory needs in Asia. I keep reminding people that 2/3 of the world's population lives in Asia, and that's going to be a lot of work to reach mutual understandings. If I put on my Singaporean hat from the medical school there transiently, I'd say, gee, you guys have developed the doses for drugs, for example, based on Caucasians with some African-American input, but we probably need different doses among Asian people, and we don't really know. So a lot of work to do there. Y'all need to move on, Bill. I think It's been a pretty long list of questions. I wasn't expecting quite so many, but thank you, and I look forward to hearing this next session.
Thank you, Dr. Califf. I appreciate the insightful remarks, and I think the number of questions is directly related to the level of interest in the topic. There's a lot of good stuff going on right now. As I mentioned, we have a very exciting program, and the next set of speakers were involved in the actual formation, the vision and the formation of MDIC. The first being our current chairman of the board. Bill Hawkins is retired chairman and CEO of Medtronic, and also currently the lead director for Immucor, and as I said, most importantly, the chairman of MDIC. Not that I'm biased about that. Bill was instrumental in getting me involved in MDIC, and I think as we go through the next couple keynote speakers here, to get a context in the creation, the vision of MDIC, Bill will give the industry perspective, and then following him will be Jeff Shuren, who was a key leader in bringing the government CDRH perspective into our public-private partnership. So I will turn it over to Bill and let him speak on regulatory science and MDIC.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Bill. It's great to see so many people here, and I know we have people on the webinar as well, so welcome to all of you. And Rob, thanks very much for kicking this thing off. You know, we actually have something in common. We're both Blue Devils, very passionate about our basketball team, which I'm counting on again this year, and we even have something to brag about now. Our football team is actually even somewhat noteworthy, although they lost this last weekend. So, you know, so I've had the privilege of being in this industry for basically my whole career, and really picking up on something that Rob said as it relates to, you know, how this sort of environment, this ecosystem has changed. It's pretty remarkable when you think about, you know, where we are today versus where we were 40 years ago when I started. In fact, I started my career in 1976, about the same time that the FDA actually took jurisdiction for medical devices, so it was a good time for me, I guess. But you know, you think about just how, you know, the era of technological and biological change has taken place, and kind of where we are today with, you know, who would have imagined 40 years ago being able to sort of sequence the human genome, or the ability to now, you know, implant tiny little sensors that can deliver real-time information that allows people to ultimately maybe modulate their behavior. And so the task, you know, that, you know, I think the government has, the FDA has, to be able to sort of evaluate risk, you know, has gotten increasingly difficult. And as I've sort of had the privilege of working in this industry over the many years, you know, it became apparent to me that one of the challenges that we have is rather than just be very critical of the agency for why it takes so long to get a new device approved, was this notion of the need to really find a way, in the appropriate way, to collaborate, you know, with the industry and the FDA and academia, you know, to look at, you know, this whole concept of how do we manage risk. And so that's really, in essence, kind of how this whole thing came to be. So I want to just maybe give you just a brief sort of big picture view of kind of the sort of how healthcare has changed, and really in many respects how it has really led to the need, you know, for us to have this, you know, this privilege of being able to collaborate, you know, with the FDA in the right way, to be able to, you know, to work on this area of how, you know, we can more efficiently and more effectively, you know, deal with risk. So some of this, you know, will be very familiar to many of you in the room, as most of all of us, you know, are here because of our interest and passion and purpose for healthcare. But I think it's pretty well known that the healthcare industry today, you know, is a mega industry. I mean, it represents about 20% of our GDP. It is a regulated industry, and not here only in the U.S., but it's regulated you know, worldwide. And one of the challenges that we've faced is just this time to get innovation to the marketplace and recognize the FDA's role of both protecting but yet promoting innovation. And then, to some degree, as a consequence of the nature of our industry, and really the device industry is very different in many respects from the pharmaceutical industry, but what we've seen is that this industry has become very fragmented because in part, what we're developing are devices, to treat, certain conditions, but maybe not, broadly certain diseases, like we see in the pharmaceutical area. So when I think about just sort of big picture, what are some of the factors which are sort of changing the landscape today? I mean, we'll talk more about it, but obviously the prevalence of chronic disease. I mean, the fact that we're living now, fortunately, to our 80s and 90s, we're now dealing with neurodegenerative diseases, which in the past we didn't live long enough to really see that those were a real issue. I mean, it was more the cardiovascular disease and infectious diseases and some of the other, more communicable diseases. The aging population, which brings on the prevalence of chronic disease. Emerging market needs, I put that up there because as an industry, we've had to recognize the kind of the cultural differences and the economic differences between different nations. And the fact is that not everything that we develop and maybe our society can afford, can other countries afford. So we have to be mindful that we have to think about how can we sort of value engineer projects that could be affordable and available to people around the world. The other thing that we need to recognize is that there's many new sort of delivery models that are emerging. It's no longer just the hospital, but there are, I think, increasingly ways for us to manage patients, outside of the hospital as we develop these remote monitoring technologies. Personalized medicine. I mean, you could spend a whole morning talking about what this is really going to bring about, and certainly I think it's one of the big challenges with the FDA in terms of how do the regulators deal with this sort of this world of being able to to look at individual patients and recognize that their treatment may be different from what the next patient is, and and how do we manage that. The whole consumerism of healthcare, one of the things that I'm very excited about and passionate about is that, with the advent of technology, it allows us to now maybe implant or even wear, sensors that can basically provide interesting data that someone's going to aggregate and then ultimately make available to patients in a way that would help them to actually get more involved in their own healthcare and to modulate their behavior. I think this is going to be the next wave, but it then brings up questions about, how do you ensure that that sort of transmission of data and that aggregation of data is done in a safe way such that patients are going to respond to it in the right way. Security, privacy, and then this whole concept of big data. So when you think about all of this, and you think about again with the advent and the evolution of technological change with biological and sort of the engineering changes and information, it's going to create some really, I think, new sort of algorithms for care and for technology that is different from what we've had to deal with in the past, and it's going to only increase the complexities of what the FDA and industry are going to have to deal with. I mean, you think about now with the advances that we're seeing in sensor technology, and now that patients can basically have a tiny little sensor that's real-time monitoring blood sugar levels, and that information is being displayed on a pump, and that patient now is directly involved in modulating their behavior by either giving themselves more insulin or not. And now we even have smart pumps where the sensors talk to the pump, and the pump actually then analyzes and then makes its own decisions. So think about the complexity there and what we're going to have to deal with in terms of ensuring that these pumps and these sensors are doing what we would expect them to do. The whole concept of, again, the molecular diagnostics. I spent the last 4 years after Medtronic, getting educated about what the opportunities are with the whole advent of next-gen sequencing and the fact that now we're going to have more information than we've ever had, and how do we deal with that? And then, again, this whole concept of big data, the fact that we're going to be generating more data than we've ever had. In fact, I've often remark that healthcare has more data, than any other industry, but probably less information. And so as a consequence, we have to think about, how can we develop means by aggregating this data to provide crisp, clear, and reliable information. So the global healthcare industry, when you think about really kind of where we are, it is an industry that is predicated on innovation. It's one of the things that if you look across all of American industry, our industry, I think, really personifies, the essence of real ingenuity, invention, innovation, things that really come about to make a difference in people's lives. And the fact of the matter is that this is the industry, as Rob said, it's not about any one person. It really basically involves kind of a very much a team or a village, of people collaborating. I look back when my days at Medtronic, and it may be a surprise to some that Medtronic really didn't invent very many things itself. Most everything that we did was in collaboration with the clinical community. In fact, a lot of what we did came from clinicians outside the U.S., as Rob mentioned earlier too, about the globalization. You look at defibrillators, you look at deep brain stimulation, you look at angioplasty. These were all physicians in France and Switzerland and other countries that were collaborating with engineers either in those countries or in the U.S. that really enabled to bring forward these technologies. So as you can see, the challenges that we as an industry and the FDA are facing, and this notion of how do we ensure to the public that we are being responsible and how to manage the risk, but with the complexity with personalized medicine, with sensor technologies, with information, it's become a bigger and bigger challenge. With this, there's another dimension here, which we're not going to speak a lot about because the Medical Device Innovation Consortium is mostly focused, on, the whole, the technology side, but we can't ignore the economics kind of healthcare and what that's doing in some respects and driving up, the cost, of, bringing technologies to the marketplace. The increased prevalence of chronic disease is also creating a huge burden on society, and again, the regulatory environment. The U.S., we all know, has often been criticized, or held up as sort of as the sort of one end of the spectrum in terms of what we spend on healthcare, and that's obviously creating a lot of challenges for our country in terms of how do we balance, this idea of innovation, but with cost is being a very significant factor. Then we talked about the population trends, and so what all this really leads to is that, as we then think about, how are we, going to, move products from concept into the marketplace, and as we have this, all this new innovation that's coming forward, but yet, one of the things that Dr. Caleb spoke about, which is the need to make sure at the end of the day that what we're developing, we can basically validate, through appropriate clinical studies, that it is safe, it is effective, and now as an industry beyond the FDA, we have to also very much demonstrate that there's real value in what we do. And so, as a consequence, the cost of these trials has increased. There is now, in addition to not only the safety and effectiveness, it's the value, the cost effectiveness that we have to deal with. So all of this has really put, I think, an increasing sort of burden on our industry to be able to continue to bring forth technologies in a very timely way and to ensure that they are available for the public benefit. This is, again, just a recent article that highlights the point that I was making in terms of, that there is increasingly more requirements for evidence to ensure that products are getting to the marketplace. And one of the things that you'll hear about in one of our major focuses within MDIC is this whole area of clinical trials and how do we get the right balance between what is available and what is, how do we get more evidence for clinical studies. So, that, again, what we then see is the there's increasingly a cost burden on our industry. And if you look at what we spend as an industry compared to just overall industries, we spend about 10%, 5 to 10% of our research, of our sales dollars on R&D. The pharmaceutical biotech spends even more than that, and that's a huge burden for an industry when you compare it to other sort of technology industries and consumer industries. So all of this has really, I think, is a good setup, for why, we had the idea of developing or putting together this public-private partnership. With the advances in technology, with the complexity of technology, with the time that it's taking to get products to the marketplace, we recognize in industry that we needed to be more responsible and more accountable ourselves, and working with, the industry and regulators, to look at how can we bring some of the tools that we have to the government, and as an end result to be able, to help them and how they are looking to manage, overall risk. Dr. Scher will speak more to what really the regulatory science is, but in my simple way, it's really the art of how you actually manage risk. Collaboration, again, it is for us to be able, to address some of these issues that I've brought forth. We are going to need, to have more collaboration, not just with the FDA, but with academia, and even other, participants. There's a history that demonstrates that collaboration has really been, how we brought innovation to the marketplace. And if you look today, all the collaboration between healthcare providers and payers, and then going forward, I would contend that, we're now in this new era of finding ways in a responsible way to collaborate with the FDA. So in terms of who we are, Bill addressed this. We are a public-private partnership. We have created kind of this forum for collaboration and design. We are making strategic investments in regulatory science, and we're hoping to develop, and we are developing, more tools, for what industry could use to, and models that they might use to be able to get innovation to the marketplace. So if you think about medical device development, this is a very oversimplified sort of version of how you go from concept to, market. But where the MDIC comes into is really this sort of pre-competitive space where we are, working to collaborate, in advance of getting the product, to the FDA to ensure, that, we are designing the right trials and that we have the right methods of doing the benchtop testing that would ensure as we go into the FDA that these products, truly are safe and effective. Look, we talked about the fact that there are other models out there where it's demonstrated public-private partnerships are, are effective. If you think about where we've come from, and you'll hear more about this today, it's pretty remarkable. In the last 3.5 years, we now have almost 50 members. We have 5 key projects, and we are, we've been fortunate to be funded in many respects, by vested interested parties, industry, and even we've been able to attract some government funding on some of the projects. And so, we are, this is something that, that is an ongoing challenge, but, so far, we've done, I think, very well. I'm not going to go through these. You're going to hear much more detail this afternoon about, the different projects that we have, but we have 5 key projects on the areas that are up here. And then, just in terms of the governance structure, we have a board of directors. I've had the privilege of chairing this for the last number of years. We were very fortunate to bring on Bill Murray as our executive director and president. And then we have, again, 50 members, and it's a little bit, it's a very interesting cross-section, as Bill indicated, not only of industry, but government partners, as well as nonprofits. And again, thank you to the Pew Foundation for their generous support and their allowing us to use, this facility. So in conclusion, really, the whole healthcare model, is changing with the advent, of technology and information, and innovation will continue to be, really what drives, at the end of the day, benefit to patients. And the challenge for us is then how do we recognize this increasing complexity, get the need, and then find the right model to collaborate, with our key stakeholders to ensure that we get the right products to the right patients at the right time. So with that, I will conclude my remarks, and Bill, I think we'll pass it on to Dr. Shuren, and then we'll do our little panel after that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate those insightful remarks. As I mentioned just before Bill, we had a great group of leaders that came together, visionary leaders that came together to create and found MDIC. And another part of that collaborative partnership was Director Shuren. His support and vision for the partnership and getting this off the ground was absolutely critical. And so looking forward to hearing Director Shuren from CDRH speak on the FDA perspective on public-private partnerships and MDIC in particular. Jeff?
Oh, good morning. I am thrilled to be here because while I was asked to give the FDA perspective, I really view myself as a cheerleader. I mean, MDIC is great. It is a high priority for us, and I want to tell you why. What's the value proposition for CDRH? And as Bill Hawkins mentioned, this is all about regulatory science. So what are we talking about? It's the tools, the methods, the approaches, the standards for assessing the safety, effectiveness, quality, and performance of medical devices. It essentially isn't the science behind making technologies. It's the science behind understanding what technologies do. Absolutely essential to translate that development into something that then can be out there on the market, and the information to inform practitioners and patients on how to use it safely. Absolutely critical. Without it, we don't get good technologies to market. So what's the value proposition for us? Well, everything begins with our vision, which is that patients in the U.S. have access to high-quality, safe and effective medical devices of public health importance first in the world. And that is not about a competition. It's not about our beating other countries. It's a recognition that if we have good technology, and emphasis on we know it's good technology, that we get it to patients as quickly as possible. It's no value to them if they don't have access to it. And first in the world is simply a good metric by which to judge if we are successful. So a question before is, how do we judge our success? Well, our vision statement actually builds into it the measurement, or at least one measure for our success. But we face a critical public health challenge. We have a fabulous regulatory standard to come to market for protecting patients. It's reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness. And we have high confidence a product coming on the market is good for patients. And we generate good evidence and information so practitioners and patients can make well-informed decisions. But the challenge is that our standard is one of the highest bars in the world. And as a result, it can create disincentives for innovators to bring their technologies to the U.S. first, if at all. So the solution for us is, can we sufficiently reduce the time and cost of bringing products to market such that innovators will view the U.S. market favorably and want to come here early without compromising our standard of reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness? And if we get there, that's the sweet spot. Then we have arrived at the right place. So many of our strategic priorities are all centered around reducing time and cost but not compromising that standard. And regulatory science is a critical key, because the solution can never be that we shortchange or cut corners on the science. The science, if you will, is what sets you free. Good science is what should and does get you to market. But if we have tools that are safer, faster, and more cost-effective, then we can reduce the time and cost of coming to market and still have that strong evidence to show reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness. And that's what this is all about, and that's why it's so important for us. Now, we have a rich history at CDRH of investing in regulatory science. So we have over a dozen labs, over 100 people in those labs and other people in the center who devote time and energy to advancing regulatory science, developing these kinds of tools. And often it's with partners, members of academia and industry. So let me give you a few practical examples of what this may look like. We had developed methodology for being able to use EKG patterns to predict the personalized response to some devices for cardiac resynchronization therapy, and as a result, improve the efficacy of those devices because you can better identify who's going to benefit from them in the first place. The development of extrapolation models that allow us to leverage data from adult populations so that we need less pediatric data to support pediatric indications for new technologies. If you have an orthopedic implant, one issue is how long is it going to last? It takes on a lot of wear and tear, and a lot of our old methodologies underestimated the impact of daily life on the use of those implants. So we worked on new methodology with motion capture, with functional and fine element modeling that now allowed us to better assess what is the impact of activities of daily living on the loading of orthopedic implants. New assessment tools for electrodes that go in the brain so we can better understand what's the functional lifespan of an electrode and use that to develop new electrophysiological outcome measures, leveraging evoked potentials and EEGs for assessing the impact on traumatic brain injury. And we helped with partners create a model called the virtual family. So it is a computer modeling of the anatomy of a boy, a girl, a man, and a woman that then can be used for test driving technologies. And in fact, between 2007 and 2014, we had 120 submissions, pre-market submissions, that cited the virtual family. It came from 42 different companies and for 95 unique devices. That can be a huge impact. Here's our challenge, though. Our country does not invest a lot of money in regulatory science. The NIH has over $30 billion. Most of that is for basic science, applied science, translational science, very little for regulatory science. And we're not going to expect in our economic climate that we're going to see Congress giving more money necessarily to regulatory science anytime soon. In addition, much of the data that's generated that we can then leverage to make these new tools are held by companies that are often proprietary. They're kept in data silos. And if we want to do a study and engage in research, oftentimes they're one-offs. We engage in new contracts. We have to build the infrastructure from scratch, and that's a lot of inefficiency. So what we realized several years ago is the best and most feasible solution are public-private partnerships, so that we can bring together the government side and together with the private side and getting competitors together to be able to share data, expertise, and funding. And that is the way, as a force multiplier, we can get the bang for the buck and advance regulatory science, and hence why we were such a strong proponent for and a co-founder of MDIC. And MDIC, just within its short lifespan, has already paid off to us important dividends. And today you're going to hear about them, but let me just highlight two to give you a flavor. So one was the development of a patient-centered benefit risk framework, sort of recommendations back to sponsors for considerations of patient perspectives and benefit risk throughout most of the product life cycle, and included in there in the appendix is a compendium of possible tools that may be used for assessing patient preferences. This is science, the science of patient inputs. Can we generate sufficiently robust data to understand the trade-offs patients are willing to make on benefits and risks, such that we can rely on it to make regulatory decisions? That's a game changer, and already CDRH is using that information to inform our decision making, and at the time that framework came out, we put out a complimentary guidance to give our recommendations to sponsors if they want to generate and then use that data to support market approval decisions. A second area is now in computer modeling, where modeling in certain cases can reduce the time and cost for answering critical questions. And a very excited area that you're going to hear about is modeling that can be used to reduce the size of clinical trials in appropriate cases. And that is truly transformative. I always say you put your money where your mouth is. I didn't say that originally. I think somebody else came up with it. But you invest in the things that are important. And so to give you a flavor of why we think MDIC is important is where we put our money on. So as you saw, I am a member of the board. I have staff from 5 of the offices in CDRH involved in every single steering committee on every single project. And we have also provided the funding to support the patient-centered benefit risk framework that came out and the funding to support Case for Quality that is now getting off the ground. So we put our money, our very limited dollars, where it's important. And the extent of our commitment, I hope, shows to you, our investments, shows you the extent of our commitment. So again, we're very excited about MDIC, not just what it's done, but the opportunities of where we can go. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. We have a panel discussion now, so if I could get Bill Hawkins back along with Michelle McMurray-Heath. I think I saw Michelle. There she is. Come on up. So, and I think everybody knows who you are here, but I'll pass those down. Great. Well, while Michelle is coming up, I will introduce Michelle as well. So Michelle is one of the key architects in the beginning of MDIC as well. At that period of time, she was working for FDA, CDRH. In the last year, she's moved to industry and is now the Global Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for Medical Devices at Johnson & Johnson. But the reason she's up here is because, as I said, she was one of the key architects in the early days of MDIC. So you're here. There's obviously a lot of other people that were involved in the creation and formation of MDIC, and a lot of work that went into getting us to where we are today. Almost 3 years from the beginning of creation of the organization. I joined just about 2 years ago, but there was a lot of work to get to that point to actually have the capability to bring in somebody to lead the organization. So Jeff, Michelle, and Bill were very much involved in that. So while we're getting settled in here on the panel, I did have a question for Michelle, since you didn't have speaking comments. Michelle, as one of the leaders here, I'd be interested in your thoughts now that you have a unique perspective of being originally on the FDA side, and now you've moved to the industry side, and be interested in your thoughts or how they may have changed as you've changed in your role and perspective.
Well, I think the most amazing thing about MDIC is how much it predicted what the future really held, that we needed a safe space for industry members and regulators to come together and think creatively about problems that face both sides. And I see that even more clearly now sitting on the industry side, because we're bumping up against some of the same questions and quandaries that the agency faces every day. And we're all looking for a solution that doesn't take a huge diversion of resources, because everyone is resource-strapped. The industry is resource-strapped, our healthcare system's resource-strapped, but a place where we can pool our resources to try to tackle some of those key issues. I think one of the most surprising moments in the year since I left the agency was a day that I got a call from pharma saying, can you tell me more about that MDIC model? We really want something like that in the pharmaceutical space. And I just kind of had a chuckle, because we'd actually based the MDIC structure on the Biomarkers Consortium at NIH, which had been formed to try to tackle some of these regulatory science questions for the pharmaceutical industry. But it just goes to show that even though MDIC is kind of the new kid on the block, it's actually leapfrogged over some of those more established efforts, because it's been so creative about the types of questions it tackles, the members it brings together, and then the solutions it really achieves. So I just say bravo to so many members of the team that have really built this incredible organization.
Thank you, Michelle. Jeff, you said during your remarks, and I thought it was notable, good science will get you to market. And when you talk about good science, could you maybe describe a little bit more what when you say good science? Regulatory science obviously is the area that MDIC is thinking about, but when you're saying we're looking for good science, what are you really saying?
Well, science is always tailored to the question that you're going to answer, but in setting up to answer that question, you want to make sure that you have sufficient confidence in the results that you get. And you don't want to start with saying, here's how much money I have, what am I going to get for that money? It's how do I really need to answer the question, and then to figure out how I'm going to get there with what I've got.
Okay, thank you. And then, Bill, I know you talked quite a bit about experiences in the broader ecosystem and how, if you will, these are big challenges, and we need to bring all of the stakeholders together. You've worked in a variety of organizations. You've been in diagnostics and therapeutics, big organizations, small organizations. How do you see MDIC and the role differing, if it does differ between those organizations, or do you see the applicability throughout the ecosystem? We talk about industry, but obviously industry is a very broad area. So how do you see that?
Well, I think the principles of what we're doing for MDIC cuts across, all of those different, if you will, sectors, from diagnostics to devices, to kind of therapeutics. So I think I don't see anything different there in terms of the size and scale of the companies. I mean, clearly, we're very fortunate that the Medtronics, the J&Js, the Abbotts, and a lot of the other companies that are on the roster, have seen the value of MDIC and have supported, our mission here, which really provides, I think, support to the whole industry. And I think the small companies will benefit from the science, that we're collaborating on, the tools that we're developing, and the ability to hopefully, even with the work we're doing on clinical trials, to make it, more predictable and to get new products into the marketplace. So I think that the principles clearly apply to all verticals and it's really agnostic to scale.
Thank you. Questions from the audience? There's one up front here.
Jeff, how do you respond to the things that people are beginning to say that computational modeling is the third science after observation and experimentation? We're now looking at computational modeling as being able to reveal and do experiments that can't be observed. What's it going to take, or is that realistic? And where do we have the philosophical discussions that don't happen anymore that would explore the foundation of that kind of science?
Well, computational modeling does provide very exciting opportunities. It isn't the answer to everything, but I think behind it is the good data in setting up the model. So if you're going to set up the model, you need the data behind it to develop the model, and then good validation and qualification. I think where a lot of times things fall short is on the validation and the qualification side, knowing that, in fact, that model is going to predict what it's intended to predict. And for us, when I say qualification, it is with sufficient confidence that we can rely on it for the kind of regulatory decision we make. And I'll add, we have put out a draft framework writ broad for what we call medical device development tools, these regulatory science tools, including computer modeling, to sort of think about what are the considerations in that qualification. And it's critical to say, what am I going to use that model for? Because that will indicate what kind of evidence we need behind it to have confidence we can rely on it.
Other question there?
So regulatory science can be expensive, and like Jeff said, the FDA and MDIC is putting their money where their mouth is, but as Michelle pointed out, everybody's strapped for resources. And I'm wondering if you can give us some more specific information about the scale of the financial resources that you have to bear on this, to bring to this issue, and also how those resources are going to be matched to the various challenges that are sitting within this relatively large space of needs.
Well, I may let Bill talk about in terms of the organization. I can say for CDRH, it's like anything else. We'll do the best that we can. Do we have the level of resources that we'd like to have to engage in regulatory science as we should, which I think would have huge return on the investment? We're not even close. And when I say resources, I don't mean necessarily resources sitting at CDRH. I mean resources to invest in a public-private partnership like MDIC.
Can I just add before we talk about specifics that, I think as an industry we often go a little woe is me. We are a poor industry relative to pharmaceutical industry, and therefore maybe we shouldn't try. But the impact that MDIC has been able to have with a relatively modest investment speaks to the fact that if we pool what resources we do have, we can really change the face and the direction of regulators around the world. I was just sitting down with the head of PMDA last week, and he was talking about patient preference. This is an issue that's been driven by MDIC and is now on the global stage. So we need to think about not what we don't have, but what we do have and how when we come together it can have an outsized impact.
And I would just add one aspect here in terms of how we decide what we work on. As a member organization, our members have a voice in defining our priorities, and it's the collective wisdom of the membership and the emphasis and identification of the high-impact areas. So the list will always be long, and then what we do is we identify the areas, and example, patient preferences come up a number of times, but there was a wonderful convergence from all of the stakeholders within this Venn diagram that said this is an area where there is a big need. We use the term white space, and nobody is doing this, and so this is an opportunity to have an impact, a measurable impact in a line of sight period of time. And so without a lot of monies, but with a focused group and committed group from all members of the ecosystem, we were able to make, I think, significant impact.
So I would just, I don't know if the question was maybe more specific to the cost of some of these projects, but I think you'll see, we've been very, I think, so far good at being able to leverage a lot of resources from beyond just the dollars that we've been able to attract from industry. But look around the room, all the people that are here, I mean, these people in many respects, have dedicated time either from their companies to really help to work with MDIC. We've got these 5 different projects, and some of the things that we're trying to do, I mean, they do require resources. And so this is one of, the challenges that we have to be able to, bring in the funding, in addition to what we generate, for the sponsorship, but bring in specific funding for some of the projects, like we did with the patient-centered project, where we had the grant actually, from the government, and likewise, what we're doing that in the case for quality, we've been able to get an outside grant. But this is something that we're going to, we need, to attract funding to be able to really do the kind of job that we want to do. But a large part of what we have, the value has come through kind of in-kind work from people that are working with companies and helping MDIC.
So I want to take us to a little bit of a different place. I'm hiding over here. And that is, the work is really good, and we're going to hear more about the outcome from specific projects. My question is actually for both Jeff and Michelle, and that is, okay, now we've got some tools. What should companies do in a very pragmatic way when they want to use those tools with the review staff? Rob talked a little bit about the fact that the staff is a little isolated on purpose to make sure that they're keeping their eye on the appropriate levels of safety and efficacy, and we need to approach the issues in a very clear way with good data. How should companies, the member companies, bring their use of these tools to FDA? What's the best way to do that? Is there a group, Jeff, and your staff to talk to? I mean, how should this really become something very pragmatic and very practical and useful for the member companies?
So that is a great question, and particularly if we're dealing with a tool that maybe we haven't used before. If we've used it before and we've already said this is qualified, go forward and multiply, that's easy. What happens if it's new? Well, you've hit upon the challenge that we have faced, which is we do not have the bandwidth to engage in the qualification of a whole host of new tools. And MDIC, and you're going to hear about this a little bit more today about some of the thinking on where we could go, is MDIC may also serve in a way to help facilitate maybe independent assessments of tools, and starting with some of these models that are being developed, so that there is a judgment along a framework that we are working to develop to see if, in fact, there is that sufficient evidence behind it that we can rely on it. That would create huge efficiencies for CDRH, and I think could expand the universe of such tools that we would be able to rely on. But regardless, if a company is interested in using a tool, the answer is easy. Come talk to us.
Susan, you know this from working on both sides of the issue as well. One of the challenges we have internally is letting people know that FDA is open to these types of approaches, even though those of us in the room have heard it face-to-face. Our C-suite also wants to have some reassurance as well before they invest in doing a new patient preference study or using a new computer model. So often it's pointing to specific examples, like, for example, the obesity device that was approved this spring using patient preference data is a very concrete example that we can use among our executives when we're saying this is the type of study you probably want to invest in. So I'd say to the center, continue to publicize how you use these new tools, because that helps us internally. And then the other thing Erin Murray and I have done within J&J is to host kind of a series of conversations around some of these tools so that we raise awareness. The computer modeling group has spurred an annual symposium within Johnson & Johnson of people across the company interested in computer modeling. So taking MDIC as the first step and then going within your companies and trying to build awareness in that next level down, I think, is the important step to getting these really fully adopted.
Yes.
So I know that MDIC is currently focused in the pre-market space, but given the iterative nature of medical products and devices, I was wondering what future efforts you might have in looking at post-market evidence generation to support your regulatory science work.
Anybody want to take that?
Well, you're singing my song. So I think Dr. Califf, in his remarks, he talked about the importance of a national evaluation system and our ability to leverage evidence from clinical experience, really the data that's generated every single day as a part of routine care. And this is another priority area for CDRH. We put out a strategy on this in 2012. We've had 2 multi-stakeholder groups, of which there are even some people in the room who participated in, making recommendations to us on setting up that kind of a system. And I'll speak personally for CDRH, not a member of the board for MDIC, but I think moving into this space with the national evaluation system and our use of evidence from clinical experience would be a game changer. What does that look like for the world? We talked about products going on the market, the benefit and risk, and what we know. We always have uncertainty when that product goes to market. How much uncertainty you can accept depends upon also what's the likelihood of our resolving that uncertainty when the product goes to market. Today, that's hard to do because once a product's on the market, it's very challenging to recruit people to participate in clinical studies. But on a national evaluation system with established infrastructure, you can gather the information you may need. What does it mean? The opportunities for product to go to market. We may be able to accept greater uncertainty. That's probably the biggest game changer that we have on the table right now. And that would achieve that objective of products going to market, but very quickly we're having the high confidence that there's reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness. I'd love to see us go there.
One of the most challenging set of products to bring to market now are combination products. How do you see combination products fitting into MDIC purviews? I know MDIC itself is a partnership that's done some really innovative things and has been one of the most successful partnerships, has been referenced, but do you see yourself partnering with others so we can get to these knotty questions of how to get combination products that cross more than one FDA center to market faster?
Well, I don't think that, I think when we formed MDIC, again, with the limited resources, we tried to step back and look at sort of the first set of kind of priorities, and that led to the projects that you'll hear more about this afternoon in terms of clinical trials and computer modeling and simulation. But, I think that's it's something as a board, if there's specific areas, that really fit the mission of what we're trying to do that address combination products, I don't think there's anything that would prevent us from doing that. But it's just really a matter of, again, the capabilities and just you have to prioritize. So hopefully with our success going forward, we'll be able to take on more projects, and perhaps, that will be one of the areas that we can address.
I would just add, go ahead, Michelle, please.
I was just going to say one of the beauties of MDIC is that it stayed clear of the kind of legislative and policy debates that some of the other organizations already had well covered. And up till now, I think combination products has rested in that space. We're supportive of a legislative proposal around combination products that's currently pending in the Congress. But I think there are some regulatory science issues around combination products. What's the delta of evidence you really need to show between two established technologies, a device technology and a drug technology, to really show that there's some additive value or at least no additive risk to putting those two together? And that's an area that I think is ripe for an organization like MDIC to tackle, and maybe we can start boiling it down to the regulatory science issues that underpin the political discussion that's so far taken place.
Yeah, and I would just add to what Michelle said, the beauty of our construct is we are bringing the thought leaders together, and so if as this area becomes there's more clarity in terms of the regulatory science needs, and that means not a particular product or particular technology, but a broader regulatory science need. The beauty of our partnership is it's expandable to support based on member engagement. And so if there is aligned engagement, and I keep using the patient preference, but if you got all three of those ecosystem stakeholders saying, this is important to us, we want to work on it, we're willing to put our best minds and resources to that, then I think it's very much within the purview of what we could envision in the future, but obviously we're not doing anything there at the moment. Question in the back.
That was sort of in line with the question I was going to ask, and I wasn't sure if this was the right panel to ask this question, but I wanted to in light of a couple things that were pointed out today. So our company is concerned both with devices and pharmaceuticals. Michelle mentioned that MDIC is sort of for pharmaceuticals, and Bill's slide showed that the issues are probably even more challenging for the pharmaceutical companies in terms of costs. And my question was, has there been any discussion of a parallel initiative in the pharma area or expanding the scope of MDIC in future?
Well, I can speak to the fact that we're not looking to expand into the pharma area per se. As I think Michelle mentioned, there's been a lot of inquiries as relates to some of our work and how to leverage that and take it and run with it for pharma applications. Similarly, Dr. Califf mentioned CTTI, and we stay connected with them, and much of their work has been well, it's broad for all medical products, has an opportunity for us to take and leverage for medical device-specific tailoring. So we're staying connected there, but I wouldn't want to suggest our mission is going to expand to be in the pharmaceutical area at this point in time.
one of the difficulties of combining issues in the pharmaceutical space with issues in the device space is that our industry is just so much smaller than the pharmaceutical industry. So usually when you have both stakes around the table, the pharma voice can easily swamp the device voice. And that, I think, is part of the power of MDIC and why so many people have been drawn to it, because this is the one organization that's uniquely focused on the scientific needs of the device industry. That being said, I think there are areas where we do bridge interest, and maybe that's a ripe area for collaboration. And I think imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. So I think I hear Bill saying they invite more imitators around. So I think there's opportunities.
I have a question for the panel here. Dr. Califf said, a member from the audience asked about public-private partnerships and success, and he indicated there's many examples where public-private partnerships have not been successful, and I think we're off to a good start. But I just maybe going down the panel get your perspectives on what, from your perspective, do we need to make sure we continue to do or change to and this is a personal survivability question, to see MDIC sustain itself going forward. So, Bill, I'll start with you and maybe just go down.
We have to have the right leadership.
Yeah.
So,
hey, good answer.
Yeah, well, but that's, I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, when you look at what we're trying to do, and I think it starts with making sure we really define the right projects and recognize that we can't do everything. And so if we start with at least, as we have, 3 or 4 or 5 projects, I mean, I think the experience that we've learned from the past 3 years is that, one, we do need to be first very clear about what we're trying to achieve. We have to have a very clear sort of vision for that particular project. We have to have very clear deliverables. And then we have to have the right sort of leadership for that particular project. And whether it's a project manager or whether it's a sponsor, but it's very clear that we need to have and it's not necessarily someone in all cases that is the expert, but it's someone really who's got very good project management, or leadership skills to be able to ensure that when we say this is what we want to do, then we're able to marshal the resources to get it done. Because, again, in many cases, the things that, the way we get things done, we don't have dedicated teams. We don't have, like, 30 people that are working full-time for us. And we may have a project manager. In fact, if you look at MDIC today, we have really 4 full-time employees. So we'll have maybe a project manager, and then we really have a kind of cross-functional team from, again, FDA and industry and other stakeholders, and we're trying to leverage, their time, recognizing that they're working on other things, but to help us in this particular thing. So that takes a pretty skilled leader to be able to have a lot of influence with not necessarily all of the authority or responsibility.
Jeff, anything to add there?
Yeah, well, first I agree with Bill. And I'll just sort of flesh out, one is that the things that we work on, there's good return on the investment. People have to feel that this was worth doing. And we engage in deliverables. Some of these deliverables have to have early wins, and we've tried to pick, sort of a suite of things where there are returns on investment at different stages of time. Inclusiveness is important. On the one hand, we've got membership that comes in, and people decide that they want to be a member of MDIC. At the same time, many of the products being developed, it's important then get them out there either for public input or in other times make sure bringing people even outside of MDIC into the discussions. I think Case for Quality is a nice example where that is happening. And then I think the piece in terms of work where we still need help, though, is engagement, people participating. As was pointed out, our ecosystem maybe has less dollars than the pharmaceutical industry, but we do have a lot of people, we have a lot of smart people, we have a lot of good data and information. And it doesn't necessarily take always a lot of money, it does take time and effort. and that is a personal commitment on our part. And if I had sort of a request is we need people to participate. I go to my staff who want to engage and say, yes, you may, and not only may you, it's really important that you do. Love to see that. Some organizations are doing that. I'd love to see more do that. And if so, we can get a lot of value without a lot of cost.
I would agree with what's been said. You know, I was thinking this morning, too, that the medical device industry and the regulatory affairs world, those are both very relation-based worlds. You know, Jeff and I were within FDA telling folks within the agency that MDIC was a good idea, but it was really Dale Wallstrom who was putting his good name behind going around to company saying, you know, trust this. This is a good idea. Let's get together. Let's bridge our divides to try to work as a team. And I think continuing to foster that relationship-based trust is where the real value behind MDIC lies, and I think we're off to a good start, and we just need to continue to build that in. And I think it's going to be tested over the next couple of years. You know, as we go into, as we already have gone into, user fee debates, MDIC will probably get pulled into more political back and forth. So staying above that fray and saying, you know, we are really talking about the science, how we evaluate these technologies. That's going to be the virtuous middle, I think, for MDIC to stay in. And I think all the pieces are there to both maintain that great camaraderie and also maintain those high standards and values. But just staying that course, I think, is going to be critical.
You should mention, Michelle mentioned Dale Wallstrom. He was the fourth pillar in really getting MDIC off the ground. Dale is the retired CEO of Life Science Alley and a long-time executive within the industry, and really, I think, was the catalyst in taking the vision that we described and making it a reality. So, and Dale is in the audience today, so thank you, Dale, for your help. There's a question over here, Stephanie.
Thank you. This is a question for Michelle, and maybe MDIC as well or others could have input. But I wondered if you could talk about how manufacturers could learn more on the regulatory science front that will help on access as well. I think you've done so much amazing work in your time at FDA bringing patient voice in, and we're really a pioneer on that. But what patients really are worried about today isn't just if they have access to products, but also it's not just if products are approved, but if they have access. So maybe to the point of there's a lot of data, there's a lot of information, but how will it actually impact how people can get access? That would be great to hear more about.
Well, I think one of the important kind of unsung threads of MDIC is weaving in patient representation from the very beginning. I see Diane Dorman in the back, and you know, NORD was a very critical early partner in MDIC. There have been patient voices around the table from the beginning, and I think that's been very, very key to not just making sure that patients are informed of the activities, but are there at the outset shaping the projects. So they help shape the Patient-Centered Benefit Risk Project. They have influenced the Clinical Trials Project. So all of these pieces mean that the patient voice is very, very critical for every step of the process. I know there have been detractors recently saying that patients have not been inclusive in this process. But I think in the medical device space, there is a spectrum of folks that are interested in the products. There are patients who are eagerly, hungrily waiting for the innovations and want to do everything possible to invest their time and their energy into trying to make sure that innovation pathway is as streamlined as possible with assurance that at the end of the pipeline are safe and effective technologies. And then there are those that are more concerned with the adverse events, which of course we all are, but who focus more on that than the promise of the technology. And I think it all goes back to that benefit-risk balance. We need to realize that every medical intervention, no matter what it's based in, even traditional Chinese medicine, for example, has an element of risk. But it also has a promise to reset biology. And it's that promise and that hope that draw people into becoming healthcare practitioners and that help our patients through the course of the day. So we need to remember that patients are very key. And Johnson & Johnson, we're actually just starting to recruit our first ever Chief Patient Engagement Officer, and I think this is going to be a benchmark for the industry to say how can we weave patients into the development process from an earlier point in the process.
Yeah, I would just make one additional comment, if I understood your question, as it relates to access, going beyond when the product may be approved, but clearly one of the biggest challenges our industry faces today is payment and reimbursement, and is something we have discussed, at MDIC. I mean, it's not something that we're focused on today, but clearly it's something that we are very cognizant that it's probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest now, barrier, to getting products to become standard of care. It's just the available reimbursement and funding for it. And so it bridges into what we're doing, because in many respects, a lot of the clinical trial design needs to recognize that it's not just about clinical effectiveness, but it's about, cost effectiveness and value. And so this is something that we realize that we need to, we're going to need to get more involved in going forward.
And that is why when we constructed the MDIC board, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services was a very important member of that initial formation to make sure that that payment piece and the proof and evidence needed for payers to have confidence in technology was also included in the conversations.
We have time for one or two more questions. If there's any questions from the audience. Very good. Well, I think thank you again to the panel for, I think, a very robust session, and thank you to Bill and Jeff for your opening remarks. We are now at a break, and we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but not much, so we'll come back and start the next session at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Nicely done. Thank you.
Yeah. It all sort of. Yeah.
All right, anyway, thank you, sir. Yeah. Have those Hulk guys. I'm getting there. I'm working on it. I don't know if it's awesome. I'm going to practice. It's 11 o'clock, so if we could take seats and we'll restart here. We have a couple people that are, if you could go ahead and take your seats, that'd be great. Thank you very much. I want to get started here. Well, the next part of the program here, you heard Jeff Shuren, Director Shuren, say that he has committed significant resources within the agency to the work we're doing collaboratively. And I can tell you that that's not just talk, that's real action. And we have weekly meetings of interactions with leadership from CDRH. And the next person that's coming up is one of the people that we have regular interactions with on multiple times per week and is a key supporter and advocate and driver for the work that we're doing within our public-private partnership, and that's Annie Saha, Director of External Expertise and Partnerships at CDRH. Annie?
I got to pick this way down because I am short. So, thank you, Bill, for the very kind words. So you heard a lot. Actually, I was joking with some folks during the break that between Dr. Califf, Dr. Shuren, and Bill Hawkins in the previous panel, half of my talk's pretty much already been given. So really to talk about a bit about kind of internally what we've been doing within CDRH and certainly how that relates and affects the MDIC collaborations and our external collaborations in the regulatory science space. So as you heard, and Jeff kind of gave you the definition of regulatory science, I'm not going to repeat that or read this slide for you either, but you know, regulatory science really came into play and as a term and coined by Dr. Hamburg as really an area of focus or an area of interest. It's not that we didn't use science at FDA before that or do research before that, but really a way to really harness and kind of target what are we really talking about and what is really important in terms of regulatory science. So, you know, the agency developed its strategic priorities for regulatory science, which has also included some new ones like strengthening the social and behavioral sciences, as well as the topics about manufacturing and quality, stimulating innovation, and ensuring our readiness to new technologies. And in CDRH, we did an inventory a few years ago of kind of what have we done in the center, whether it was called regulatory science or not, and really adapted the FDA strategic priorities for regulatory science into really device-specific areas, and they're pretty much follow along a lot of the lines of what you saw in the agency report. Of course, we took out the foods priority because we're the Center for Devices, and really looked at here's kind of what we've done, and here's where we're kind of going as sort of a catalog of these different projects. And from there, we really are looking at kind of our whole regulatory science sort of research paradigm and how do we really look at both, you know, what are we funding, what research have we done, and that's really where we started, and moving into how do we really evaluate that to ensure that there's uptake. And it kind of goes back to one of Susan's questions in the to the last panel is how do we ensure that whether it's internal folks, our reviewers understand and have used this research and are able to use it in their review process, as well as the external upkeep. So are companies using this? Are they using these tools? Are they using the standards? Is it being uptake? So, and then ultimately, is that impacting our regulatory decision-making and ultimately, of course, our mission of getting safe and effective medical devices to the patients first in the world. And then from there and where we are now and where I'll end the talk is kind of what we're looking at in terms of where do we go next, what are the areas that we've seen, and I think a lot of what you'll see on that list is pretty common, thematic. A lot of it is what Dr. Califf talked about earlier, of what are the needs and kind of a preview of what we'll be putting out in the next couple of months. So a bit of a sample of some of the work that we're currently ongoing and also tying it into our regulatory science and the MDIC perspective as well. So we've done work in, can you hit the video for me? Thanks. So the video is just going to be on in the background of, it's a YouTube video of a computational model here of simulating electrical impulses. And really the idea here is how do we, if we develop these models and if we're all on the same page and singing from the same sheet, so if a company submits a model that we've seen and understood, we're really helping everybody because we're all talking on the same page and we're not having different conversations about, well, does your model do this? Because we've seen this other model that does that, and we can really help improve the regulatory process and kind of streamline a lot of those discussions that companies and sponsors are really going to be having with our reviewers. I'm not going to go into the science of any of these projects because we have the people who do it are much better at that. Another project, and Kyle, I'm sure, could very much speak to this much more than I can, is about looking at image quality versus dose and how we can improve, clinical trial designs and looking at how, as technologies have evolved, and how can we improve the safety of imaging by reducing the dose without sacrificing the effectiveness of the image of the diagnosis itself. So how can we really combine those two efforts and really ensure that we aren't compromising anything, but actually are making imaging diagnostics safer by reducing the dose. So we've worked with external, and all these projects and everything we're doing is with a lot of collaborations with external stakeholders. And we really worked to develop a software package that is being used. It's out on GitHub. I was going to say Google Code, but I was wrong. And it's been used in regulatory submissions. Companies have used it, and we have approved new devices with low reduction of imaging, reduction of dose claims as part of their submission. So this is another way of how regulatory science is in action and really does impact and improve patient safety and ultimately gets better diagnoses to patients. So we've really, the new step and kind of where we are now is really looking at how do we evaluate and ensure that this impact, that we really are impactful for our research. This has come up this morning about how do we measure sort of success and what does that look like and how do you ensure that the research is uptaked. So I won't go into this pyramid, but a lot of us are engineers in CDRH, so we think in flow diagrams and pyramids and building blocks and things like that. But really the idea behind this is how do we measure that the research that we're doing ultimately is impacting our internal processes, whether it's developing a new guidance, working in standards organizations, developing those software codes that you've seen, and then is it being used externally? So is industry using it, and then are they citing it in their submissions? And then ultimately, how is that going to impact public health? And really seeing that as anything, whether you're talking about R&D or regulatory science research, you're not going to see an immediate impact, but how can we at least track along the way of that we're on the right track and make sure that we are hitting those milestones and we are being, with our very limited regulatory science resources, that we are, being good stewards and we are trying to provide good ROI for the work that we're doing. And so we did a few case studies, and one is on Bayesian statistics. So the center has put in a lot of effort and in the statistics group on really looking at how can we incorporate Bayesian trial design and what can we do to encourage the use of Bayesian statistics in clinical trial design to help increase the efficiencies of trials by using the priors. So we put out a guidance in 2000, and the final guidance came out in 2010, and we were able to do some data mining to really see, so have people been using this? So we were able to see, and I won't go through all the details of this, of the graph, but really that by the end of 2014, we had over 80 submissions that cited the Bayesian statistics guidance. So this is just citation of the guidance and not other citations potentially of Bayesian, and including 55 unique sponsors. So there's uptake beyond just, 2 or 3. We're really trying, it is a broad stakeholder group, and, certainly we see the application of Bayesian. We put out the draft guidance on adaptive trial design. So it's an area we want to keep continuing to work on. Jeff cited the virtual family earlier, so I certainly won't spend too much time on this, but here's at least a pictorial of what the virtual family looks like. And as Jeff cited, there was also a lot of uptake on this as well, and you can see the graph. And here I'll also correlate what happened with the research milestones and where we started really seeing more of the submissions. So when the project was initiated, and this was actually a collaboration, a cooperative research and development agreement with IDIS in 2005, and then Wolfgang Kahns, the PI, spoke at a conference in 2007, and you can see that's where we really started to see submissions. and people citing the virtual family in our submissions. The first major paper was published in 2010, so you see that really big jump between 2009 and 2010. So this is how we're trying to correlate the research milestones and when something important happens, and how that really does impact the regulatory process in a way that we can try to improve the regulatory transparency, consistency, and predictability. And finally, I'll talk a bit about where we are now in terms of regulatory science priorities. So we're in the process of developing them. So these are very drafty, and this is very much an evolving field, recognizing that new things and emerging technologies and emerging issues do come up. So we went through a process to sort of look at the areas where our regulatory science needs sort of fit. And there's kind of 4 buckets that we use to describe that. So areas where you're talking about, evaluating the tools, the approaches, new methods to evaluate new devices. Areas where we've had longstanding research questions. Reviewers have had this question. We've been seeing the same things over and over again in submissions, and we haven't necessarily, they're usually the not sexy topics that people, so it's the things that no one really wants to quite do, but it's an area that's really of importance, and we're seeing it a lot in our deficiencies. It's an area where we really should be spending some resources, and we'll probably have a high ROI. Emerging issues, so that's always going to be the case, and we always enjoy new technologies and new things, and they all bring new challenges. And then another kind of not as exciting but very important category is infrastructure, so developing either the internal infrastructure or the capacity to really either work with big data and other types of things that have come up a lot in the earlier discussions. So this is our draft, very drafty, high level of what we see as sort of the upcoming priorities in regulatory science. So certainly the idea of big data, Dr. Kaler brought that up. There's a lot of data out there. How do we harness it and collect it in a way that we can use it for regulatory decision making? Reprocessing certainly is an area of importance. Computational modeling and simulation, not just the models themselves, but how do we validate, quantify, ensure that, the right context of use, and certainly working with MDIC is very important for that work. Health information technology, cybersecurity, obviously areas of, we're seeing a lot of the news on that, looking at clinical evidence, real-world data, and how do we synthesize all that what we're seeing in the post-market and use that to, for the next round of pre-market and in our pre-post-market balance. Biocompatibility, looking at new methods for predicting the clinical performance. So Jeff brought up the idea of orthopedics, so certainly better methods like we've done for wear testing to ensure that we are really seeing what's accurate or what's happening in the clinical performance with your the preclinical testing. And then sort of that patient-centric, human-centric piece are kind of the last 3. So obviously human factors engineering, you're talking about things like alarm fatigue. Obviously patient preference, we know, is a very important field and an area where we have high interest in, as well as patient-reported outcomes. And we came up with these because we've seen the data. So here's an example highlighting in terms of patient-reported outcomes. We've really seen a huge spike in the patient-reported outcomes that we've been seeing in submissions. We don't have dedicated resources or staff to really evaluate these PROs. And you can see the spike really happened in 2009 when the draft guidance came out that CDRH was a part of the FDA draft guidance on patient-reported outcomes. So we went from about 20 a year to over 120. So this is an area, so this is how we came up with our priorities, were areas we saw needs. We know there's issues, and we certainly would expect or hope that a similar thing happens as we put out the draft guidance and patient preference. So sort of in summary, and this is really probably preaching to the choir and really preaching to what you heard from Dr. Kales and Dr. Shurin about regulatory science really is important, and it really can make medical devices faster, safer, and more cost-effective. And it really benefits the entire ecosystem. So to patients, access. It improves access because we're improving and speeding the rate to which patients have access to new medical devices. It benefits industry because we're improving predictability. We all are on the same page and using similar models or standards and talking about similar ideas. It's really going to change that conversation and really help streamline that. And really, it's going to help us reduce the time, the resources for both development, assessment, and the review of devices, and could lead to quicker approvals. It could really shorten and decrease the size of pre-market trials. So the virtual physiological patient that Jeff brought up earlier really has that potential to really game change in the pre-market in terms of clinical trial design, and certainly improving the safety of devices, so you're limiting patient exposure, and the virtual physiological patient could easily do that as well. If you're exposing less patients to treatment before you fully understand it, you're improving patient safety. And final point that we're really kind of hammering home, and I want to reiterate, is that it's all about the collaboration. CDRH, we don't have the resources to do this ourselves. Companies don't, so we really need to come together, and all the work that I just talked about, pretty much every project involves some kind of collaboration, whether it was with academics, with industry, or a combination thereof. So, you know, MDIC is really an important and great way to advance regulatory science, which ultimately is going to impact patients and get devices to market. So with that, I will close. I don't know if I have to take questions. Okay. If anyone does have any questions. No. It is just a list. It is not remotely prioritized within that. It was a combination of, we certainly looked at external stakeholders. MDIC had done a survey about a year ago to some of the stakeholders about regulatory science needs and areas. So we looked at that. We as I showed with the PRO example, we saw what we had in our data. We had a couple of folks in our pre-market office actually go through this Herculean effort of reviewing all of the pre-market deficiencies in our deficiency letters and look at those and what are the most common themes. And then we've canvassed. We canvassed internally to the different offices of what are the needs that you have, what are the questions you keep seeing over and over again, and also sort of landscape assessment and horizon scanning of what do we see coming down the pike. And so we used all of those inputs to then bring together. We have a subcommittee, the Regulatory Science Subcommittee in the center, and that's a multi-stakeholder across the center group to really then prioritize. And I mean, we probably started with 40 or 50, 60. We started with 60 needs, thanks Mimi, and ended up at this, 10 that we're sort of looking at. But again, it is evolving.
You make reference to the human factors elements in the medical device world, and yet the MDIC is very specifically and keeps reusing the term computational modeling. The human factors testing of devices, is there any effort to formally look at the adaptation of millions of dollars worth of medical training simulation environments with full-scale duplicate operating rooms, emergency rooms, into which you can actually take those devices, replace the existing devices, and have people evaluate them, be observed, while the people are actually having to take care of, quote, latex or vinyl patients, so that it's not a test in a conference room pushing buttons talking about human factors, but I'm standing over a body trying to do something and having to use the device. And I don't hear any discussion of that.
That could certainly be an area of a collaboration or a project that we do actually have a human factors lab within our Office of Science and Engineering Laboratories to do something. Yeah.
They're laying unused, rentable all over the country.
Okay. Probably the last question.
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering, there was so much discussion about collaboration in your talk. What's the single biggest learning that you think you'd put out there about how to make collaborations work optimally, given all of the discussion about public-private partnerships?
Well, it is a lot of effort. Rochelle Fink's back here somewhere. She's on my staff and is a IP attorney, and we have a lot of work that we do with the technology transfer agreements and the collaborative work with MDIC. And so, of course, we do have to review everything to ensure, conflict of interest, and that we're not talking, getting into a regulatory discussion. We're sticking in the pre-competitive regulatory science space. So it's not, there's no perfect answer, and Dr. Califf kind of alluded to that earlier. So it's a work in progress in terms of what are the best ways, and we're trying to come up with kind of seeing what's worked and what hasn't worked, even internally with our different collaborations, and see if we can kind of guide our staff on best practices. So, thanks.
Thanks, Annie. And I know there's a lot of questions that people might have. As we go through the day, keep those in mind, and at the end we have some time for questions as well, because now we're going to get into the projects, which we're very proud with the progress we've been making, and I want to have the opportunity to make sure that each of the project teams can share the great work they're doing. So the first group that's up is the Clinical Trial Innovation and Reform Group, and the program manager for that from MDIC is Stephanie Christopher. So Stephanie, are you up first? Okay, very good.
All right, well, thank you all for joining us today, and I'm excited to be able to tell you a little bit more about our clinical trials initiative, and then thrilled to be able to introduce two of our steering committee members who will talk about some of the specific initiatives that we're working on. Clinical trial innovation, I think we can all acknowledge, is a challenging thing to tackle. This is not a small, defined project. This is a big transformational type of problem. Any of you who've worked for any length of time in the medical device industry are well aware of the challenges of medical device trials. They're complex. They're extremely expensive. They take a large amount of time, and the rate at which they're growing in their complexity and they're growing in their costs is simply an unsustainable model. Now, there are a lot of ideas out there about what we could do about this problem. There are a lot of conversations being had in the industry, outside of in academia and other places, about how we can innovate in the clinical trial space. And there is also a lot of other terrific work being done to innovate in clinical trials. So the challenge that MDIC faced when we started on our clinical trial innovation reform effort was where is the unique place that MDIC can play a role in medical device innovation. MDIC's Clinical Trial Innovation and Reform Steering Committee has taken a multi-pronged approach to tackling clinical trial innovation, specifically in medical device trials. One of the things that we've worked on over the past year is the development of prioritized clinical trial tools. And you'll hear a little bit about some of those tools today, but those include what we're referring to as a blueprint for early feasibility study success. And we're hoping to have a draft of that available later this fall. And one of the keys in developing these tools is also to seek feedback from our members and from all of you. So I encourage you, if you're not on our emailing list, sign up for our emails so you can hear when we have these drafts available and when we're seeking comment from our members. We're also working on a framework for efficient medical device clinical trial design, and we're also hoping to have a draft of that in the next couple of months, and we'll also, again, really be seeking and depending on your feedback on that to make that as useful a tool as possible. And one of our more recent projects we're initiating is on a white paper and some educational webinars on designing quality risk-based monitoring protocols. In addition to the development of tools, we've also led the discussion through a number of events. We hosted our second annual workshop in April of this year, and the focus of that workshop was removing the structural and some of the cultural barriers to improving the efficiency and effectiveness of medical device clinical trials. We're also planning on hosting a number of webinars in the coming months on the MDIC Early Feasibility Blueprint and also on some of CDRH's guidances on clinical trials. And then we also seek to be a part of the conversation by being part of publications, putting out white papers, research papers, and editorials, and really seeking to advance the conversation about how we can innovate in the clinical trial space. So the vision for MDIC's clinical trial innovation and reform is that clinical trial innovation has the potential to improve the safety and effectiveness of products being introduced into the market, reduce clinical trial cycle times and costs, and yield earlier access to beneficial innovative technologies for U.S. patients. Our priorities are to address infrastructure, data collection, and pre- and post-market data requirements, to provide leadership in the use of innovative medical trial tools, and also to provide tools and methods to facilitate early feasibility studies in the U.S. And I want to acknowledge the hard work of my steering committee. Many of them are here today. All of our projects are dependent on the hard work of the people who've stepped up and volunteered to give their time and often resources to helping us develop and work on these innovative tools. I want to speak specifically to some of what we're doing on the framework for clinical trial design and innovation. One of CDRH's strategic priorities has been to strengthen the clinical trial enterprise, and you'll hear a little bit more of about that from one of our steering committee members. And we've really sought to be a part of this, both by examining the burden of clinical trial designs as they currently sit right now, and explore possible alternatives and to develop tools that will ultimately be helpful for both sponsors and for regulators as well. And again, I want to acknowledge my working group on this. Susan Alpert's in the back corner here. If you want to get involved, talk to Susan or talk to me. And a number of other folks from our working group are here as well. One of the things we did over the last year is we did a survey of our member companies to really just get a little bit of data and a little greater understanding of what medical device clinical trials look like right now. So we did a survey of our member companies, and we asked them to provide us information about 3 of their most recent clinical trials. Now, we weren't asking them to tell us what the trials were about or what you were studying. We wanted to know what the trials themselves looked like. So things we asked were, give us a ballpark of the cost of the trial. How many data points did you have in your case report forms? How many monitoring visits did you have? That sort of data to just give us an idea of the size and the complexity of these clinical trials. And this, I want to go through just a little bit of what we learned about these trials. Most of the trials we received were pivotal trials for PMA applications. No surprise here that the most responses we got was for that. We probably should have actually teased that one out a little bit more. These trials are very expensive, and then there's a lot of data on this slide here, but it just shows that these trials have an incredible number of sites, a lot of subjects, and if we get to the last 3 rows here, the amount of data that was actually being used for primary, secondary, and safety endpoints, the amount of data being used for the regulatory submission, and the amount of data used for data mining, publications, and other services shows that we're collecting a whole lot more data than we actually intend on using. So the results from this study indicate that what we already knew, that medical trials are quite complex, and much of the data we collect doesn't ultimately get used. And in our conversations with our partners at CDRH, we know CDRH has developed tools in order to perhaps introduce more efficiencies into clinical trials. But the question is, how do we shift the culture so both industry and the regulatory reviewers are useful in using those tools, especially when they're brand new? How do we be a part of that conversation to say, you know, it's okay to try something different? So as I mentioned before, one of the tools that we're developing is building a framework for efficient medical device clinical trials. This will build on the data from that survey that I just shared a little bit. It'll also build on some of the best practices and established best practices that are already out there. We're focusing on really being able to build efficient and effective medical device clinical trials that focus on the minimum required data set. So not just throwing in everything in the kitchen sink into our clinical trial protocols, but focusing on leaner trials that really get at the most important data we need to collect. This will be integrating experiences from some of our member organizations and other best practices, including one I want to mention, the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative, which published their Qualities by Design principles document earlier this year. And there's some great practices in there that we want to integrate into our work as well. Some of the device trial specific topics, these are just some of them, but as you might imagine, there are some issues that are specific to medical device clinical trials that we felt really need to be a focus of this document. As I mentioned before, we have been leading the discussion through workshops. If that theme looks familiar, we were also in this meeting earlier, in this building earlier this spring, advancing the discussion on how to advance efficiencies in medical device clinical trials, and we hope to continue to be a part of that conversation in the coming year. So what's next? What are we working on now? Well, continuing to work on the development of those tools, hopefully with the help from all of you. And as I said, the publication for the blueprint will be coming later this year, and continuing educational meetings and webinars. So medical device trials, we know they're a complex problem, but MDIC is uniquely suited to address challenges specific to the medical device trials. And together we're hoping to build the tools to advance medical device clinical trials in the future. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce two of my steering committee members who are going to tell us a little bit more about some of the specific initiatives that we have going on. Dr. Karim Benali, from the Chief Scientific Officer at Abiomed, is the chair of our Early Feasibility Working Group, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about the blueprint. And after that, Dr. Owen Ferris from CDRH will tell us a little bit about CDRH's clinical trials initiatives.
Good morning. I'm extremely pleased to be here today to talk to you about the important subject of early feasibility studies in the U.S. So as I was preparing for this talk, I realized that there are many new members, in the MDIC this year that were not here at last annual meeting last year for the MDIC. So I thought probably it was first, I'll start by stating or restating, the problem that we face with the early feasibility studies in the U.S. I will spend time telling you a little bit some of the progress that we have made, in this field, and then try to speculate a little bit on the future and share with you some of the concrete actions that the group is proposing as we move forward. So, innovation comes from creative thinking, and thinking actually that is supposed to be outside of the constraints of policy and procedures. It needs access to capital in order to transform these ideas into specific concepts and then potentially prototypes. And then it relies on a predictable, I would say, efficient ecosystem in order to transform these ideas and these prototypes into solutions and a product that can benefit the patients at the end. So similarly, if you look at the business leaders also rely on an efficient ecosystem in order to make well-informed decisions. So put it in simple terms, increased basically development, the longer development cycle for the development of products increase the cost and therefore reduce the incentives for innovation. So you may probably find it fair or unfair, but in this current era of globalization, companies can and will move overseas development of new products or even, trying early feasibility studies if the regulatory, legal, and financial, basically, environment is favorable. So within that context, basically, if you look at the, particularly at smaller companies, this is even more crucial because small companies represent about 80% of the medtech space. And small companies, unlike the large companies, basically depend on their cash position to survive. So time to market is extremely important. In the current era that we are in and the system, the ecosystem in the U.S., where the U.S. is still basically holding a leadership position in the medical field, in the development of medical devices, basically, and the ecosystem of the development of medical devices has become more stringent, which means that companies now are moving or have been moving basically the development or the testing of new technologies or even the testing of existing technology, but a new product, a new iteration of existing technologies overseas as a result of that stringent and uncertain, basically, ecosystem. And just to put things into perspective, this is, for instance, an example and a report that was released probably a few years ago that shows that it takes, in average, for a company about 6.5 years and about $36 million of investment to bring a product from a concept to basically the safety and feasibility study without even considering the pivotal study. That is a huge burden, and especially on small companies, that is basically what can make or break the company, that is what can make or break basically the innovation. So What are those challenges? There is the regulatory challenge, of course, but there are other challenges that, when we start looking into this and trying to start talking to people, there is the challenges of the EPIC committee review cycle, legal challenges, cost challenges, reimbursement challenges. It has become even crucial, lately with the release of new, guidelines and guidance from CMS, and also other ethical and safety considerations that add more burden into the system. So the opportunity, FDA and CDRH has really and clearly outlined, that's a priority for them. In 2014 and 2015, the EFS is a priority. So we need to develop a shared understanding between the different stakeholders and a shared balanced approach between what constitutes, ensuring the safety of the patient at the same time promoting the innovation. And that's where the MDIC comes to play, because MDIC actually in this area, through its public and private partnership, can try to identify the barriers and potentially, propose solutions as we move down the road. And that's what this working group was tasked to do. So where do we stand with that project? So the group has really elected to focus on short-term deliverables, to secure small wins in order to gain momentum, gain credibility, and also gain some traction before we move to longer-term goals and longer-term outcomes. So one of the things that we have done originally is to really survey different, stakeholders from the industry, and we had a total of 116 respondents in this survey. And mainly, they are C-level executives and senior management from the company, and we asked them a number of questions. The results of the surveys are on the MDIC website, but one of the things that I wanted to share with you, when we asked them, for instance, what do you believe is the #1 challenge to the EFS in the U.S., the question came back to be regulatory. But there are other issues, not only the regulatory aspect. And FDA took into heart that feedback even before the survey. Like in 2013, the FDA released the new guidance document that really tried to streamline the process from the regulatory point of view. And that initiative has to be applauded, because actually if you see that since then the responders, 2/3 now of the responders in the U.S. are willing to test the new waters. There's still about 1/3 that are skeptical, but there is an opportunity to convert those into believers. We asked as well how the MDIC can help, and do you see a role for it? And there were some specific responses. Yes, they see a role for process improvement. And Stephanie talked about the blueprint book. I'm going to touch a little bit on it down the road. Education and training, regulatory science, working with the FDA to further streamline the process, and also work with the ethics committee and also with CMS. So what did we do about it? We took these 4 categories, and we tried to propose some very specific goals for the next 2 years. So this year, in 2015, we're going to take the 2 first ones because they are short-term, they are very specific, they are tangible, and we can act on it. #1 is process improvement through the release of the blueprint book. We do expect that. The working group has been actively working on it, and we do expect that to be released sometimes, later this year. Education and training, we have a number of initiatives that have already been initiated. The working group, main goal here is all about the awareness. How do we create awareness? How do we create the trust so the companies are willing to bring back the early feasibility back to the U.S.? Next year, what we're going to do, working with the FDA, with CMS, and also with the IRBs, is to try to push 5 to 10 companies through the system. And as they go through the system, we're collecting feedback and sharing it with the different stakeholders. So between the company and the FDA, as well as CMS and other partners, in order to try to understand better what are the hurdles and how can we go beyond that. So the blueprint book is just a guide that can include, a series of different topics, from regulatory to legal to reimbursement to how do you deal with it, how to. Remember, 80% of these companies are small companies. They are understaffed. They don't have regulatory people. Having that really small, easy information, easy access to the information will make a big difference. So similarly, at the FDA, there is a number really of initiatives, and they have really, been working with Dorothy Abel, Andrew, Farb, Carla, Risi, and Owen Ferris, really to get a sense of what needs to be done, but also realizing that a lot has to be, was done from that perspective, because they have initiated a number of actions, by training the internal staff of the FDA, as well as, basically people in the industry, and releasing some new tools. Some of these tools are basically on the bottom of this slide that are already out for the AFS initiative. So, have things gotten better? Are we there yet? The answer, I don't think, is straightforward, yes or no. Progress is evident. But in reality, we do see some unresolved issues, as well as, some skepticism remain. So, but one thing and one dynamic is really clear. From the regulatory perspective, we have seen a clear engagement and also drive from the FDA leaders at all different levels. And we see that really impacting, in the EFS progress. So leadership matters. Good leadership has to be recognized, and that is an important topic. Without the regulatory process, we won't make progress. So there is here on this slide a number, for instance, of examples over the last 12 to 14 months of successful story, how companies were able to get to early feasibility study, where these companies will probably have done this initiative and these studies outside of the U.S., where now they are doing them into the U.S. So I'll conclude by saying that the early feasibility study initiative is feasible in the U.S., success stories exist, and MDIC will continue to work, with different stakeholders to see what else can be done. So we will hopefully, in a year from now, be here and share with you some of the progress that we have made. I just want to finish by recognizing, different members that have contributed to this work. So it's been a true honor working with them. It has been fun. The discussions have been with a lot of candor, insightful. And as I tell, I'm the lead learner within that group. We are trying really to understand what needs to be done. So I thank everyone who has participated. Thank you for your attention.
Hi, good morning. Seems like I often get stuck with talks right before lunch, so I'm going to try to be as productive as I can here. So I'm going to spend about 2/3 of my talk really talking about what CDRH has been doing, and then spend the last third talking about where I see some of those partnerships with MDIC being really productive. So we identified a strategic goal around strengthening the clinical trial enterprise, really recognizing that, we have a mission at FDA of promoting and protecting public health. We have historically been really good at the protect part. And the promote part has been more of a struggle for us about finding ways to be proactive partners in developing solutions to the good issues that we identify in our review teams. And so, we really recognize that as Kareem and others have said, can be a real obstacle to stimulating innovation in this country. So we specifically identified 2 goals, and I'm going to go through and read them. The first was to improve the efficiency, consistency, and predictability of the IDE process to reduce the time and number of cycles needed to reach appropriate IDE full approval for medical devices in general and for devices of public health importance in particular. And the second goal was to increase the number of early feasibility first-in-human IDE studies submitted to FDA and conducted in the U.S. And so I want to tell you a little bit about what we've been doing to work on these areas, and then I'm going to have the pleasure of getting to show you that this will be the first presentation for some hot-off-the-press data from our FY15 performance. So a couple of years ago, coming up on a couple of years ago, we established a clinical trials program within CDRH, within the Office of Device Evaluation. And really there was a recognition that different divisions, different device specialties were developing their own tools and their own way of thinking about certain trials without necessarily having a good way to learn from other device areas. And we weren't necessarily making the most of the good information and good ways of moving things forward that we might have been able to do. And so we established the clinical trials program with a clinical trials director. I've been in that position since early last year. And really the idea was to ensure a few things. One is to, frankly, make sure that we're in the right place with our decisions. So, you know, we are very good at asking a lot of good questions, but there are times when those questions can be deferred until other stages of device development. It may not be appropriate to ask for complete validation on a certain device when it's still in its iterative phase, say in the early feasibility stage. There are times when those questions do need to be answered. But this is one of the main purposes of my job and my program is to make sure that we are actively asking ourselves those questions and thinking about whether our questions are in the right context of where the device is in its development, what the disease condition is, what are the benefits and the risks both associated with our concern and also about potential delays in moving that technology forward if it takes a long time to address those issues. The next is ensuring that we're being as flexible as we can where appropriate. So there are times when things can be addressed, issues we identify can be addressed in parallel with studies starting. There are times when there are other ways to address those issues rather than doing everything we might need to do to get 100% of our answer. There are ways we can be flexible, and we should be actively asking ourselves whether, when we have a question in front of us, whether this is one of them. And then very, very importantly is increasing communication with sponsors. I think this is probably the biggest issue. 5 minutes remaining. Okay, I'll move quickly. So I do think that increased communication has been absolutely enormous, and I hope that my next chart will show you a little bit about that. So I'm not going to go through in detail, but just to highlight that any IDE review, so a clinical trial submission that comes to the FDA, the team has 30 days. There's often a dozen reviewers. They have to get a decision out the door within 30 days. So that's a lot of work to happen in 30 days. And, you know, it has always been an intense level of effort. I want to say that in the past couple of years, we have upped that effort substantially. And primarily, we've done it in terms of being interactive. So during these review cycles, there is a lot of interaction that's happening that might not have been happening a couple of years ago. This is all hands on deck. When you have an IDE review, your team is very engaged, and it's an intense effort. And another thing that we've done here is that whenever we are not approving an IDE, we pick up the phone within 10 days afterward, and we want to make sure that the sponsor fully understands why we didn't approve it, what we were thinking in that letter. Because there are times when miscommunication can really end up with a lot more time in resolving those issues. And then lastly, for IDEs that are in their third round or above, the clinical trials program is actively engaged. For the first couple of rounds, we're sort of engaged at a distance. We're looking at the decisions that are made. We're weighing in after the fact. We're giving advice. But in the third round, we actually become part of the review team, you know, really with a recognition that if we've gone 3 rounds on this IDE, this is a time we want to really make sure, are we doing everything we can? And if we're not, let's make sure that this concern now represents not just the division and the review team, but the office and the center. So just getting into some of our data really quickly, this is one of our specific goals for FY14. This is the old data. Next page is going to be the new data. But to reduce the number of IDEs requiring more than 2 cycles to an appropriate full approval decision by 25%, we reduced it by 34%. To reduce the overall median time to appropriate full IDE approval by 25%, we reduced it 53%. And so this data we released on our website yesterday. We wanted to reduce the number of IDEs requiring more than 2 cycles to an appropriate full approval decision by 50%. We reached it. And we wanted to reduce the overall median time to full approval to 30 days. And so I'm going to show you some graphs that just really put this in perspective. So this shows FY11 through FY15. There are reasons why FY12 isn't shown due to FDASIA happening, some changes in the law that make that data a little bit messy. But you can see that only 14.8% of our IDEs were fully approved in 2 cycles back in FY11, and now we're at about 74%. And this is one of my favorite slides to show. So back in FY11, it took over 440 days to fully approve an IDE, and now we're at 30 days, which means half of our IDEs are approved within 1 cycle. And I just want to emphasize that this is not from lowering the bar, that I think that we are considering where we can be more flexible. We are asking ourselves where we are in the right place. But I think the biggest reason that this is at 30 days is because of how many times people are picking up the phone and having conversations. I see so many IDE letters where we say, we reviewed your submission and we reviewed this email on this date and this email on this date and this email on this date. And every one of those emails means that there was a time when the review team said, we have an issue. We're in the middle of our 30-day cycle and we're going to see if we can resolve it with the company. So I am fortunate that Corinne did such a great job presenting early feasibility studies, because now that I have 1 minute left, I don't have to talk too much about their case for why early feasibility is important. But I do want to say that, there are, I consider sort of a successful EFS program really relies on 3 things. 1 is making sure people know about the program. 2, making sure we have the right tools and information to make it productive for companies when they come in, so that they can support that conversation. And 3 is making sure our staff is open to the concepts of being flexible and thinking about how to think of these studies differently than we might think of a study later in development. And that's really CDRH's job, to make sure that that happens. And while we haven't seen a lot of early feasibility studies yet, each one we get is a learning experiment. It's a time to train our staff, it's a time to think about these hard and challenging issues, and that's why we really need folks to come in and help be part of that process to get to where we need to be. So we have seen a lot of improvement. We had an improvement in the number of EFS studies in 6 of our 7 divisions. We had a 50% improvement across CDRH, over 100% increase in the number of approvals, and we have a lot that's currently under discussion in the pre-submission space. And here's just a slide that just shows, again, the numbers aren't huge, but they are growing, they're moving in the right direction, and I think that the collaboration with MDIC and all that's going on in that space can just be very, very helpful. So this is where I'd hope to spend the last third of my talk. I know I'm just almost out of time here, but this is where I think that we are going, and I very much hope in strong collaboration and partnership with MDIC. So I think there's a lot of really good work happening in the early feasibility study program. We're doing a lot inside, but there's a lot that we simply can't do in terms of the promotion and the helping companies with having the right tools and the right advice from someone who's been through it from the outside perspective. I do think that there will be a continued effort on focusing on simpler, more efficient studies. So I think the workshop that we had back in the spring was very helpful in starting that conversation. We want to stay very engaged in that. Better use of observational data for regulatory and clinical decision making. We've heard a lot about this already in earlier talks this morning, but I think that this is something that we at the agency are recognizing more and more, is that a lot of the data that we need to answer some of our critical questions already exists. And if we can find the right ways to access it, the right ways that protect patients, that we have the right appropriate consent, that we are assured about the data quality, the more that we can do that, the more efficient we can be in terms of moving technologies forward. Better incorporation of the patient perspective. There's already been a lot of discussion about that. And another area that I think MDIC can really help us with is we'd like to keep moving in the right direction in terms of approving studies appropriately more quickly. A lot of that really stems from having the right things that come in the door. And so there's been a conversation with MDIC about how MDIC can help us get there in terms of providing tools and guidance and advice to sponsors such that what comes in the door is ready to go for us to conduct a productive review. So in conclusion, we really are already doing a lot in the clinical trial enterprise, and there's really a recognition both in the agency and I think in MDIC that any further progress is going to involve partnership with a lot of our stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks, Owen. We're running a little bit behind, so I want to just keep us going. And again, we'll take some questions a little later on. So the next area is computer modeling and simulation. And in our governance construct, we have steering committees with board champions. And Randy Schistel, who is the Global Vice President of Technology at Boston Scientific, and Boston Scientific has been one of the founding companies of MDIC in the early days, and Randy's been on the board since the beginning, is going to come up and start the computational modeling and simulation section. Randy?
Okay, thank you, Bill. I'm going to do a brief introduction, and then Kyle and Don will participate here, and hopefully we'll have some time for Q&A at the end. See how quickly we can move through the slide deck. here is our vision, priority, and goals. You can see the statement here. Those of you that have attended in the past have seen this before. We're really building a community. We're building that community of computational modeling and simulation stakeholders to include folks from government, industry, academia, and other. And it's really making a difference. We're historically a very siloed organization or structure in the community, and we're breaking that down. We're looking for ways to work together, share data, share models, share a good conversation. You can see our goals here, advancing the state of the state, using computational modeling to really drive stronger quality, better speed, better efficiency in our product approvals. So our community of practice, again, that's a really big thrust for us, and thank you for attending, those that are present here in person and those that are on the phone. We have a good community growing, and we've got good engagement. People are really interested in learning more about the field. As everyone is constrained on resources, we're looking for more and more engagement, but we're seeing that real strong interest in learning more about the field and finding areas where people can engage. And the partnership between government and the industry in this field is fantastic, and you'll see that as part of the presentation. Our steering committee here is shown. You can see the three large blocks: the med device manufacturers, the FDA, nonprofits, and other stakeholders. I won't go through the names one by one, but you can see we've got a broad and active community at the steering committee level, representation from many companies and many parts of our government structure. So with that, I will introduce Kyle. Kyle is our PI in the FDA organization and really a strong partner and strong spokesperson for what we bring to the community as part of MDIC. And this is the second of the 5 projects you'll hear about today, and you'll see a really broad scope in what we're doing and where we're engaging. Kyle?
Thank you, Randy. Good morning. As Randy said, and as you've heard this morning, one of our goals at MDIC is to break down silos and build community. And modeling is one of the areas that is most ripe for this. I bring this slide to your attention. Many of you in the modeling space know that we put out a guidance in draft form some time ago because we wanted industry to have a shared understanding of what we wanted to see as we looked at computational modeling as a form of evidence. And I just said something about siloing because this is a really important slide that kind of is an example of that. Not only are there silos in terms of companies doing modeling internally, and FDA might see that, but other companies don't know, what models we're seeing and what evidence would be important to us. But there are also silos in terms of the different application areas in which modeling is important. And the MDIC project allows for these stakeholders across different areas of modeling application to talk about the common challenges that we have around validation and verification of models. And so this is something FDA cares deeply about and sees as having tremendous advantages for changing the regulatory evidence balance from clinical trials to predictive models. So, alluding to that, we use modeling in medical device regulatory submissions. We see that you all are using it in your development areas. You're using it as a design optimization tool, and we want to move modeling into a different area, which is in terms of how you might evaluate performance. This is an example in graphical form of what I've just said. There are many areas in which we all understand this industry, like other industries, is making tremendous use of sophisticated models. Our goal here is to make changes in terms of modeling being used not just for prototyping, not just for design optimization, but truly in answering those questions that are in the regulatory decision-making process around how well does it work, how safe is it. So our vision is that the computational modeling and simulation project would support a change in the paradigm so that patients get access to new technologies that are safe, effective, and of high quality, enabled by computational modeling tools and simulation methods as evidence of safety and performance. So you've heard some questions this morning about how do we decide what we're working on and how do we set priorities. And so I bring this slide to you especially for those of you that aren't part of our projects yet or perhaps not even MDIC members, to understand that MDIC membership gives you a real place at the table for determining what we work on. We can't do everything. That's already been said. We don't have the resources and the field is very broad. But this slide shows you that it's been almost 2 years now that the modeling project was staffed by Dawn Bardot as our PI at MDIC, and I was brought on board, and Randy was as well. And we stood up a steering committee that Randy showed you has broad membership from our nonprofits and government, our regulatory internal members from across offices at CDRH as well as with industry. And we engaged in a number of different efforts to gather information in terms of where the reviewers within CDRH, where the researchers within CDRH, and then where our industry partners thought we had the possibility of working together to make a real difference. And so you'll see here, when it says here meeting on mock submission, that means we asked questions internally of what kinds of mock submissions and what is that? That means we would envision a mock device with a modeling component as its regulatory evidence and bring that to FDA. What would be the application areas and where would you use modeling? And how might we work together demonstrating where modeling would play a role in terms of being a significant part of the data, put that information out as published and consumable information to make a difference community-wide. And so then we engaged in discussions at conferences like the Regulatory Science Symposium at the Design of Medical Devices meeting in April 2014. We pulled together face-to-face executives and fellows from industry industry members interested in modeling and simulation with our key experts within CDRH to sit down at a number of application-specific breakout sessions and say, really, what can we do together? And we scoped out a set of projects. So this gives an example of the kind of data. There's much more data that we got from our survey of our industry partners saying, where are you using modeling today? And what are some of the barriers to increasing its use? And you'll see that the biggie here, if you look at the bar chart at the bottom, is the uncertainty around regulatory expectations. And so that is exactly where there's space for MDIC to bring collaborators together to drive down that regulatory uncertainty and drive up the use of modeling in regulatory submissions. So I said we had some breakout sessions together at our face-to-face meetings with our executives and fellows at this within a safe environment for talking with FDA experts. And from that came a set of working groups where people chose to continue to work together. And you see, I'm not going to go into exactly what we're working on, but I just wanted to give you a sense of our organization and governance structure. You'll see that our application areas in which we've got project teams working together across a number of different areas, including orthopedics, cardiovascular, blood damage, clinical trials, and Dawn will tell you more about what they're working on. I'm just trying to give you an idea of where these projects came from in terms of shared interest, shared vision for what we could do together. Projects are required to set up statements of work, bring those to our steering committee, and then they're able to move forward and engage more completely. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dawn Bardot from MDIC, who will tell you a little more about the progress we've made and our vision for where we go next.
Thank you, Kyle. So Kyle took us through the planning, the scoping, and the initial staffing of our project team for computational modeling and simulation. And I'm going to take you into the last year's effort of execution.
This is a slide I like to use as an overview of both that execution and governance. In the upper right-hand corner, you're going to see what look like clock dials that demonstrate the stages that work streams and our working groups go through. They start out by, scoping the work that they're going to do. They bring that to the steering committee for review. That work stream then, based upon the review at the steering committee level, is initiated. And then we track the progress of that work stream, noting when it's approximately halfway through and then when we've completed it. And if we think about all the work that these working groups are conducting, we like to place it over top of our total product life cycle. That gives us a way to look at where the working group is conducting their activities and where they're looking to make impact with their computational modeling and simulation efforts. Then additionally on this chart, the vertical axis shows the type of tool or method, the type of deliverable that the working group will produce. And if I start to walk you through those, we have an infrastructure activity, which is our library of models and simulation. It's where MDIC has invested seed money in building a prototype for a database that would be publicly shareable to access models and data that the MDIC community and the community at large create and share, helping to break down those silos so that we're able to all access the same information, build the same foundation that we can then innovate competitively on top of individually. So the foundation of shared information provides us a launch point for better future innovations because we all understand the fundamental science and we're all sharing those fundamental models and data. If we take a step down, we see we also have the MR and RF-induced heating and the blood damage working group looking to create tools. In each of these instances, what's being identified is the major gaps in the use of computer modeling and simulation isn't the next best model, but rather it's data, high-quality data that's used either to validate the model or as an input to the model. And what we found is that many of our working groups are focused on that. We have a neurostimulation working group that is looking at mechanisms of damage associated with neurostimulation so that we can expand how we stimulate into parameter spaces that have historically been off limits because we didn't have ways to parameterize how to operate in those areas safely. We have a combining bench and simulation to inform clinical trials working group that's really envisioning transforming clinical trials by rebalancing the evidence to include modeling and simulation, which we are calling virtual patients, as part of the paradigm in clinical trials. So when we have highly predictive engineering models that can be validated and shown as credible for our context of use, we can then call that a virtual patient. And when we conduct a clinical trial with real patients, and we have virtual patients as part of that clinical trial, we can use those virtual patients to help create the power of the clinical trial. We've also worked on a pilot where we brought in an expert panel of modeling and validation people that are independent experts in the world to review models for their conformance to validation standards. We've completed that activity. It was very well received, and we're looking into methods to continue to do that on an ongoing basis. We have two working groups that are in the working stream scoping phase, the orthopedic working group and the heart and vasculature working group. And then these teams are looking more in the process and demonstration project realm of types of tools and deliverables that they're producing. So you can imagine a demonstration of how you conduct a virtual experiment with a virtual patient and a virtual device. I'm going to quickly flash through slides that give us more detail about the working groups, but to get to questions, we'll just do a couple of high-level comments on each one of these. So this is a combining bench and simulation to inform clinical trials working group, the virtual patient working group. They're conducting a mock submission, as Kyle explained, and that mock submission is demonstrating a statistical framework that they've created for incorporating these virtual patients in a Bayesian-designed clinical trial, where the virtual patients serve as a Bayesian prior in that clinical trial design. The mock submission's a third way through, and they have a manuscript on that statistical framework that's being submitted for journal publication this month. Heart and Vasculature Working Group is in the workstream scoping phase, and this is an example of what they're identifying as their work. The Orthopedic Working Group, also in the workstream scoping phase, is having a face-to-face meeting to really met out the details of what they want to work on, and that'll occur this October. The MR-Induced Heating Working Group is working on their first work stream. They've identified it and now are putting that down on paper to bring it to the steering committee for review. And the Blood Damage Working Group just completed writing of their work stream. The steering committee of the Modeling and Simulation Project, which serves as the governance for our project, looked over that statement of work and reviewed it, and now the working group is developing their project plan to identify the volunteer resources and other resources that will be necessary to conduct that work. And the Neurostimulation Project is probably our most interesting in how they've conducted some of their resources. While the working group is staffed with all volunteers, they've also raised restricted donations to fund a MDIC collaborator in residence that is placed at FDA conducting the research, the experiments associated with this work. And then finally, I'll close with talking about the library of models and the infrastructure that we've built for it. We have a vision of this digital library where computer modeling and simulation tools are available, the models and data. But different than some of the other libraries that exist out there, this library is exclusively focused on high-quality models and data that are regulatory grade and trustworthy. And that's a point of differentiation. MDIC provided seed fundings, and we built an initial prototypes. We had a phase 0 prototype and now a phase 1 prototype. That phase 1 prototype is being piloted as a place for one of these working groups to work on creating their deliverables that will then be publicly delivered. And based upon our ability to build a sustainable plan, we'll publicly release a version of this library in our phase 2 of this activity. Now, this is a roadmap that those of you who attended the annual meeting last year would have seen. This is a computational modeling and simulation roadmap that we built by engaging those stakeholders that Kyle identified. We thought that in the first year, when we executed our plan, that we would focus on replacing benchtop experiments with models and simulations. That would be our easy, low-hanging fruit to engage on. And then 10 years from now, we'd be able to come back and talk about virtual patients, because that was really the holy grail, what we wanted to accomplish as an endpoint. But what we found out is we're able to talk about virtual patients 1 year later. We've had high success and great progress, and part of that is because the area of virtual patients and how you envision implementing that is complete white space. No one else is working in that space, and we're able to bring our volunteer resources together to envision how to create virtual patients, what does it mean, how to demonstrate that they're credible, and how to incorporate them into our clinical trials. We are continuing to work on the early low-hanging fruit as well, but those might end up taking a little bit longer. So this is really a great success story. When we set out this roadmap, we're already beginning where we thought we would end. So with that, I'll invite Randy back up to say our closing remarks and hopefully have a few minutes for Q&A.
Thank you very much, Kyle and Don. So it's a vibrant community, and we're engaging more and more every day. It's exciting to be part of. This series shown on the slide in front of you is the MDICX series. Hopefully you've engaged in this already. Look to the MDIC website for the times and pattern for these conversations. You can see there are a series of telecons that have already occurred, and the 2 upcoming telecons, the Library Infrastructure Project and the Virtual Patient Mock Submission Update. So Don, in addition to helping us on the Computation Modeling and Simulation Project, really runs this series of conversations through MDIC. So be part of this. This is a good way to stay current with all of the activity, not only in computation modeling and simulation, but in the other projects as well as they're presented through this forum. We'll open up the floor for a few questions. Do we have time, Bill? Yep. Okay. Yes. Okay. Question, I'll just repeat it for the modeling library. Who creates and contributes, and what is the incentive for doing that? Don, you're best to answer.
Question. There's a couple of reasons that you would want to. There's multiple companies out there who will openly say, well, I have an instance of 10 pieces of data, and gosh, I'd like to have 20 more. And so the incentive is, well, perhaps if you're willing to put your 10 into the library, others will give 20 more. So it's an opportunity to be greater as the sum of our parts than we are individually. So that's really the underlying value proposition. But it's going to be finding those people who go first. But then additionally, the library can serve as a place for what are called medical device development tools that FDA is piloting right now. And these are tools that are designed to be, for example, models that produce evidence and that by having them qualified in advance as medical device development tools, it reduces the regulatory burden and increases the ability to have those tools be used in a submission. All of these tools then need to be publicly available. They can be licensed models and others, but there has to be a way for the public to know about them. This library is a great way to either place the model in that library for free use or place information about that model in the library with directions on how you can get more information and access.
Very thorough. Thank you. Next question.
So this question is related to the work that's going on in this group, but maybe it's more general too. And the question is about how the research activities going on in the FDA's Office of Science and Engineering labs fits into the context of the overall regulatory science priorities that were laid out before. Is the idea that those priorities will drive the direction of much of the, or some of the research that goes on in the labs? Because you can see the overlap here very nicely between many of these projects. And I'm just curious to know how, from a structural point of view, that's going to be incorporated.
Sure. So to be clear, those are draft priorities, and you are all writing them down, but they're in dark pencil, not pen yet. But they definitely are meant to drive the research both internally and what we are looking for partners to help with, because those are priorities that were identified from many stakeholders, both within FDA as well as more widely, as Annie said, from industry. What Annie also said and Jeff said, and I will continue to say, is that we are resource-strapped, as you all are, and we all appreciate that the best way to make progress is to each work together. And we see MDIC as our primary place for collaboration. Annie talked a little bit about ways that we set up partnerships with academia and industry, but I have to add to that one of the beauties of working with us with MDIC is the partnership agreements are already in place. So becoming a member of MDIC just completely streamlines your ability to collaborate with us. And so yes, yes, and yes.
This is so interesting. The computational models generate safety and performance. What about outcomes?
So the short answer is yes. The long answer is that each model is typically very different and context of use dependent. And then it is designed and then validated for whatever outcome measure it's intended to predict. And if those are clinical trial outcomes and there are methods for engineering tools to predict those outcomes, then there can be and are, in some instances, outcome predicting computational models.
Models, who will be responsible for judging that they're validated enough for reviewers to use them?
Sure. So it's a multi-pronged question. There's a big difference between a research tool, a research model, and a model that is then regulatory grade and predictive of safety and efficacy information. Ultimately, all of the regulatory decisions live in the FDA, and it's their place to make all of those determinations. But what we do at MDIC is talk about what are the features of models that make them credible. What are ways that we can assess credibility? And then in the instance of the pilot, we brought in experts who then were able to assess the extent to which models and the associated validation work adhered to existing standards for verification validation.
You can see, go ahead, Kyle.
The values of the Clinical Trials Informed by Simulation project is that we're talking about a mock submission from a cross-industry MDIC working group. That submission will come to FDA, and we have a firewall between the MDIC team that is bringing the submission to the agency, and it's really cool that that team includes some folks from FDA on the pre-submission side, and then separately there will be a review team that will be reviewing this mock submission. All of the submission components as well as review memos and feedback to that team will be made public. So when you ask about, how you will know what we expect, that's an example where the community will benefit because we'll be transparent about whether or not we thought what came to us in the form of this mock submission using modeling was sufficient and where we thought there were some deficiencies. So we all see where we need to move.
And you can see the tiered nature of the library on the screen, and that top of the pyramid, is where those regulatory grade models and tools would be housed in a public way.
Okay.
Maybe one more question? Okay, so to borrow a phrase from a former Hewlett-Packard CEO who was talking about productivity, if the computational modeling and simulation community only knew what the computational modeling and simulation community already knows, we could make transformational change in the quality, the speed, and the efficiency of product development. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's our lunch break time. Let's try to get back in 25 minutes. So we respect Friday afternoon. I know a number of people have flights to get to, so thank you. Yes, and it's downstairs. Lunch is downstairs. Just go down the stairs or take the elevator down one floor.
muting because if too many of them are on, it'll start getting feedback.
I thought she had switch. They were saying everything else.
Nah, man, switches are smooth. I thought it was a mute thing. Yeah, because I know last time I did it, first time I did it, I didn't mess up, but I definitely showed like one of the slides on the screen, and then I asked Suja, I was like, so can they see the slide? So now I know. If I'd have been on the camera, I'd have known that. Probably this first time doing web. Right. It literally has to be the first time. After the first time, everyone knows. He's saying the screen is clear with the camera and not actual WebEx. I don't know if he's with CFTV. They said 25 minutes. I bet it's more like 40. Oh, yeah.
Get the presenters in the back.
He doesn't own everything that we get in for special events like this. That probably came in. They just ship stuff in as they need it, but everything else is cheap. They charge like 14 cents. Yeah, they got probably like that she's created a social media presence and a website. And on the website, she's actually uploaded.
Let's go ahead and take our seats and get started. We've got a full afternoon program here. Thanks.
Oh, I left my notes up here. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and get started again. It's my pleasure. I wear two hats at MDIC with two of our different projects, and it's my pleasure to introduce our speakers to talk about our patient-centered benefit risk project. Ross Jaffe is a managing partner at Versant Ventures, director of the National Venture Capital Association, a board member of MDIC, and oh yeah, he ran this project on our patient-centered benefit risk. So we keep him very busy, and he will be speaking to us a little bit about the framework report that we published earlier this year, and then Katie O'Callaghan from CDRH will speak a little bit about CDRH's patient preference initiatives. And we'll follow that with a panel discussion with some of the committee members who are actively involved in developing this framework report. Ross?
Well, thanks, Stephanie. Looking forward to this session. And what I'd like to do is give you a brief snapshot of what we actually did with the PCBR, the Patient-Centered Benefit Risk Report, and the framework and catalog for thinking about patient preferences that we developed. And then Katie's going to come up and talk a little bit about the FDA's Patient Preference Initiative, and particularly the draft guidance that came out simultaneous with our report last May. And then we'll have a little panel discussion with some of the people involved in the report, talking about getting their perspectives on how this particular report and the framework we created could be useful in medical device regulation. So with that, the origins of the Patient-Centered Benefit Risk Project really grew out of the benefit risk guidance document that the FDA published in the spring of 2012, which really was a landmark document in sort of setting the standards for how medical devices would be approved based on benefit risk framework. In that guidance, there was a discussion of the importance of the patient's perspective in informing those benefit risk decisions at the FDA, but no discussion about how you actually did that. And so, as the committee is used to hearing me say, our goal was sort of to sculpt the fog in this area. How do we actually take the concept of patient preference, which is somewhat vague, and really make it concrete and actionable in terms for sponsors when they submit to the FDA information about patient preferences, and the FDA staff to understand that information and to use it in their decision making. So our vision for the project was to create a credible framework for assessing patient preferences, and then and for thinking about how that information will be then incorporated into pre-market and post-market regulatory submissions and decisions. And to that end, we brought together a very diverse group of people onto the steering committee. The steering committee consists of MDIC members, but there are representatives, as you can see. Let's see if I have a laser here. It doesn't say. There are a number of important FDA staff members. As you can see, as well as industry members, as well as some outside experts. And this slide is for the steering committee. What I didn't show you was our working groups. We, simultaneously with the steering committee, broke it down into a working group on how to develop the framework, another one on what we call the catalog of methods. And particularly for the catalog of methods, we brought in a number of outside academic experts in methods for assessing preferences. Many of these people work in economics or in marketing literature, not necessarily in healthcare, but they had expertise in how you assess customer or patient preferences. We brought those into the group as well. So it's a wide variety of perspectives and a wide variety of expertise to help us in the process. And we tried to break the project down into 3 key deliverables. One is this concept of a framework. It's really a way of thinking about when patient preferences would be useful and how you might go about thinking about using that information in regulatory submissions. The second was what we call the catalog of methods, which is really the first document ever to go out and bring in from all different fields, healthcare services research, marketing research, economics, the methods that can be used to assess preferences. And the third thing in doing the work, we thought we wanted to make sure we identified any gaps in our knowledge and really call those out and put together an agenda for future research. And so that's all incorporated into what we call our PCBR project report. So this is an outline of the report. There'll be a test on this afterwards. It essentially consisted of 8 major sections and 2 appendices. And I'm going to walk through briefly and highlight a couple of these sections because I think and give you a high-level sense of the content of them. But let me just ask, how many people in the room have actually read the report? Well, that's great. So many of I apologize. I'm going to go through this. You already know what's in there. But that's very encouraging to see that level of engagement with the report. So the introduction of the report just gives some background, both on the origins of the report and the process we went through, which was important. And that's laid out. The second chapter really talks about definitions and concepts we used throughout the report. And I don't have time to walk through those there, but we really took time to define many of these concepts because they have a different use in the academic literature than they do in lay use. So the concept of risk, what is risk? What is benefit? What are preferences? How do you think about uncertainty in patients? And there's some interesting examples in that second chapter about applying those concepts in some some interesting graphical examples that help you understand how those concepts apply to decision making. The third section really starts to get into the meat of how you actually do this, and it really asks the important question, in what situations would patient preference information be useful in regulatory decision making? What we didn't want to do was add an extra regulatory burden that was unnecessary and didn't have value. So in what situations does this information actually have value? And what we realized is it's impossible to come up with a cookbook or algorithm or checklist approach to evaluating which situations. So we instead identified some factors we thought are important for sponsors or regulators to consider in thinking about patient preference information. And those factors are one related to this perspective as patients as stakeholders. How do you, is that perspective not well represented by the other clinical information, other information being used in the process? The second relates to factors related to the risk-benefit trade-offs inherent in a particular situation. And the third was related to regulatory novelty. Is this something the FDA has seen, is they're familiar with, or is it something that's novel, where having the patient's perspective would better help them understand how to best regulate the device? And so those are some of the factors we identified. And one of the charts that we used to exemplify this is one that I showed here, which really is a very simple 2x2 table that lays out risk on the bottom and benefit on the y-axis. But what we realized is that if something's a high-benefit, low-risk device, chances are patient preference information is not going to change that assessment very much. But if there's a significant amount of risk involved in the approval process, or the benefit's low relative to other alternatives, then the question is, those are situations in which understanding are there patients who would make those benefit-risk trade-offs is really important to understand. So in the 3 boxes along the bottom and to the right of the chart, those are areas where patient preference information could be significantly useful, particularly in the top right channel where there's high benefit, but there's high risk as well. And understanding what whether patients want to take those risks, what subsets of patients would want to take those risks could be very important. The fourth section of the report really says, okay, well, if you know this is a situation in which you want to look at patient preference information, when in the product development life cycle should you collect that information? And we've really tried to identify opportunities at each stage of the product development process in which patient preference information could be collected. And you've seen this chart before, I think 2 or 3 times this morning, but we applied it as the model for thinking about the process and in different points of when information could be collected. Section 5 really gets at how do you go about doing a patient preference study. And again, we couldn't offer a checkbook or algorithmic or here's how to process, but we really wanted to talk about the methods we identified in the catalog at a high level and how you think about selecting among those methods to go about doing one of these studies. And again, focusing on the factors to consider concept, we outlined factors related to defining the research question. How do you define the question if you're interested in assessing patient preferences? The fit of the particular method to answering that question, and then factors related to the resources available, because some of these studies can be very time-consuming, expensive, and complex to implement. Others are more straightforward. And so the resources available to you are important factors to consider. And that's all discussed in this area. Could you guys help me? Somehow we lost the slideshow there. Thanks. So once you know that you want to do a study and you have an idea of how to do it, the next chapter, Chapter 6, was really focused on, so what are some considerations in submitting that information to the FDA? And we don't have time to walk through those in details today, but the questions we asked were, what roles can patient preference play in informing benefit-risk decisions? Should that information be included in product labeling? Should it be included in post-market requirements? Is it elective at the option of the sponsor, which the answer to that is yes, because it's not patient preference information is not a requirement for FDA approval. It's really something you can do to enhance your submission to help in that approval process. And there are several others. One of the important pieces, concepts out there, is that patient preference information from a quality and auditability and tracking standpoint should be viewed just like other forms of clinical information that's collected and submitted to the FDA. It has to be done in an understandable way, in a well-documented way, in a way that you can go back and validate if you need to. So that was important. So the last 2 chapters, I won't go into detail. Chapter 7 was really just an acknowledgement that the information on patient preferences that is collected as part of the regulatory process can have other value to a sponsor in reimbursement, in obtaining reimbursement for your product, in promoting, in marketing your product, and in shared medical decision-making, where there's this trend to bringing the patients more into managing their own care. Shared medical decision-making is a major trend in healthcare delivery, and this information can help inform those patient decisions. And then, as I mentioned before, we had an agenda for future research, which is included in Section 8, where we identified both as part of the catalog process methodological gaps that needed to be thought about and tried to address, as well as broader issues, one of which is going to be the basis for our next project under the PCBR effort, which is the how do we actually communicate benefit and risk information to patients and uncertainty to patients? Because one of the important concepts is not just what the benefits and risks are, how patients view those, but how much uncertainty is there in our knowledge of what those benefits and risks are, and how some patients are uncertainty adverse and would rather go with the known thing versus the thing that may have better potential benefits, but it's less certain, whereas other patients are willing to accept greater uncertainty in their decision making. So that's their next project that we're going to be pursuing. So a couple of comments about what the framework report is. We view this really as an initial thought piece. It's not the be-all and end-all in this field. And it's really an initial thought piece. We wanted to start a conversation and advance the field, and we expect to continue to iterate on the concepts and our understanding as we go forward. It's also important to recognize what it is not. It is not represent the opinion or policy of FDA. It did not include any recommendations to FDA about what they should do. It's really a collaborative thought piece, as I said, highlighting issues. And it's not a substitute for FDA guidance, but fortunately the FDA has come out with their own guidance, so we'll hear about that momentarily. a couple comments on the catalog, just so you know what's in that appendix to this report. One of the key things we did in the catalog is try to really define what methods are for assessing patient preference. And there are those methods that allow for collecting and analyzing data to allow quantitative assessments of the relative desirability or acceptability to patients of aspects of different alternative medical treatments. And that quantitative piece is important. We try to move away from much of the qualitative data that's collected through just focus groups or through individual patient commentary and written, orally or written. We really want to focus on a quantitative assessment of patient preferences. And through that process, identified 14 methods which we grouped into 4 categories that are reviewed each in depth in the report. And for each of those, we reviewed each method in a very consistent way. These are high-level reviews of the method, though. They're not detailed how-tos of the method. So the value of the catalog is really helping you understand what's out there as a potential way of attacking these problems, and as a first step that you can then go deeper to figure out how you actually implement that method in your particular situation. It was important to note what we excluded from the catalog. Again, we didn't focus on qualitative methods for assessing patient perspectives. We did not focus on patient-reported outcomes, which are very, very important, have been well addressed by the FDA, but were a different issue than patient preferences. And we didn't focus on multi-decision criteria, methods about actually how you make the benefit-risk decision. We really focus exclusively on the idea of how you collect and present patient preference information. And again, so the catalog is really an introduction to this process. It's a starting point if you want to consider one of these studies, but it is not a systematic, deep review of these methods, and it doesn't offer you a guide to how to implement them. You're going to have to figure that out, but it's a good place to start so we can start along that process. What we're hoping for is that as people go out and start to pursue these, we will all collectively learn a lot more about the best ways to undertake patient preference studies. So with that, I'm going to stop. And let me introduce Katie O'Callaghan, who's the Acting Associate Center Director for Science and Strategic Partnership at CDRH, to talk about FDA's focus on patient preferences and the draft guidance.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you're not suffering too much from post-lunch food coma. Where do I aim these? All right. So before joining FDA, I spent a little bit of time in medical device industry. I worked for a startup company in the cardiovascular space and came to FDA and really found CDRH to be a really exciting place to work. We have over 5,000 different types of medical device technologies that we are responsible for assuring the safety and effectiveness for, and a really dedicated staff of over 1,500 medical doctors, nurses, engineers, statisticians, epidemiologists, scientists of all kinds, working together to try to better understand these novel technologies, assure safety and effectiveness over the life cycle of products, and find better ways to bring the patient perspective into consideration. And the pace of the evolution of technology in the device sector has just been breakneck. There are so many exciting innovations coming out and blurring of lines in other disciplines that are making new things possible. And in the sight of all of this technological evolution and complexity, it's really important to keep our laser focus on the patient at the center of everything that we do. And so at CDRH, our vision, as Jeff mentioned earlier, is that patients in the U.S. will have access to high-quality, safe, and effective devices of public health importance first in the world. And one of the things that we are doing to ensure that the patient's needs and experiences remain at the center of our focus is this new advisory committee we've just announced, which will focus on patient engagement. And this group will advise us on ways to include the patient perspective and participation where appropriate throughout the total product life cycle. They'll advise us on the patient's perspectives on some of the things we're considering, policies and approaches that we may be bringing into the regulatory decision-making process.
And really, I think this third one is a key and important point, which is that the patient organization community has really become so savvy and much more engaged in the process of innovation, development, and access, and moved from primarily fundraising and education and patient support roles to being much more actively involved. And so this group will also serve as a resource to us in understanding what's going out in the world out there in the patient community and how we can better partner to make better decisions and solutions a reality. So we're encouraging the public to nominate patient representatives that you think would be good to serve on this committee. We're looking for patients to represent the full spectrum of patients, disease conditions, what have you, and we're shooting for an inaugural meeting in 2016. So you've seen this schematic before. This is what we use to depict at a simplistic level the development and evaluation cycle for medical devices. And so we asked ourselves and our stakeholder community, industry, patients, healthcare professionals, et cetera, where in this process, if we were able to get a sense of patient perspectives, could this inform better medical device development? And the answer really is everywhere, but we honed in on a couple places where we think this could really make a difference. Medical device companies told us that they actually do consider patient perspectives up front in the early needs-defining time point when they're really figuring out, what are the requirements from an engineering perspective, human factors assessments, things like that. But there was an opportunity to incorporate more routinely a perspective from the patient in terms of clinical trial design. Patient-reported outcomes, of course, is a key area that we've been making some progress in for years. There are increasingly companies and patient organizations thinking about how patients' representatives as a consultant essentially can evaluate clinical trials and look at things like the feasibility of the study from the patient perspective and how this might affect the challenges, reduce some of the burdens we see in recruiting patients and retaining them, which is a challenge in every sector, but perhaps especially so in devices. In fact, the European Medicines Agency has been using patient consultants in this capacity for years, and they have about over half of their clinical trial protocols are substantively changed in response to patient input. At CDRH, we focused our initial efforts, most of them on the patient preference benefit risk time point at the approval decision. And of course, as Ross mentioned, once products then are available on the market, the communication then of the benefits and risks and the patient preference information, if available, is critical. And with the advent of PCORI and the hundreds of millions of dollars a year that's going into funding the analysis and generation and dissemination of patient-centered outcomes information, this is, of course, a critical area. So you've seen this slide before, so I won't belabor the point, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. Of course, you see the stark increase in submissions with patient-reported outcomes. We've had over 500 submissions, including patient-reported outcomes, and the graph is actually a subset of those. We looked at just the types of submissions that include clinical protocols, and this is where we've seen this dramatic spike, and the inflection point, of course, corresponding with the agency's release of final guidance saying essentially we're open for business on patient-reported outcomes. So we think it's not completely unreasonable to expect an increase in patient preference work with the release of that guidance. Over 120 submissions with clinical protocols citing patient-reported outcomes last year alone. To give you a sense of what proportion that is, we see typically 250 to 300 IDEs a year. So that's a pretty big portion of those. And this is in the absence of any targeted effort or initiative on the part of CDRH. So we think this reflects interest that's being driven by industry and by clinical investigators. The Patient Preference Initiative has focused on, can we get an assessment of the patient views about benefits and risks? And we started this initiative formally in September of 2013. We realized to really make this happen, we had to understand what the barriers were for patient involvement to be considered in our current process, and then find ways to incorporate patient perspectives into our benefit-risk decisions as valid scientific evidence. So moving beyond the voice of an individual representative at an advisory committee or at a workshop, which is important and plays a role at a certain point in our process, but to move into an area we could actually get quantitative information that we could consider as valid scientific evidence, and of course the need to advance the science of measuring these preferences. From FDA's perspective, we think that patient preference information can play a couple of key roles. One is to help identify which benefits and risks are most important from the patient perspective. So oftentimes when designing a clinical trial, you'll start with a laundry list of things that you're looking at, and we have perspectives from a variety of clinical perspectives and other disciplines on what should be the most important thing to measure. And in a lot of cases, we haven't asked ourselves, what do patients care about most? We can also assess the relative importance of items on that list, different benefits and risks and attributes of devices, and understand how patient preference vary across a population. Our draft guidance does emphasize quantitative methods and data, but I don't want to give the impression that qualitative patient preference work is not valuable. It is, and in fact, I think some would say it's a necessary precursor to a really robust quantitative patient preference study, but I think they have different uses, so both should be considered. The case study, many of you have heard of this before, but I think it's a great thing to highlight to show you the direct relevance in a concrete example in the device space. In January 2015, we published this study where we had sought to test out this method for eliciting patient preferences and incorporating it into our regulatory decision-making. We chose obesity because it has, of course, incredible public health importance, but also it was a prime example of a disease or condition area where we have a preference-sensitive scenario. So patients have a range of options to choose from, ranging from, if you can envision a spectrum of diet and exercise with limited risk but limited effectiveness, and surgical options with substantial risk, but the weight tends to come off. And we had one device on the market, but more importantly, we knew we had an array of devices in the pipeline with a wide variety of different risk profiles. And so our challenge was, how do we design the clinical trial for these new devices coming through? Is it appropriate to hold it to the same evidentiary standard in terms of the effectiveness threshold when the risk is lower? And so we wanted to have information from the patient perspective on what their thoughts were in terms of trade-offs that they would make when considering options. So we did a study in, I think it ended up being over 650 obese patients, and that data was granular enough that we were able to get a sense of trade-offs in effectiveness for safety and vice versa. So if you have a set amount of risk expected, how much weight would patients expect to lose in order to accept and choose that therapeutic option? Or if you are expecting a certain amount of weight loss, what is the maximum amount of risk that patient would accept? And this study was published in January, and shortly thereafter we approved the Maestro system, which is the first weight loss device approved since 2007 in consideration in part on that patient preference data. So our draft guidance in May, which came out around the same time as the MDIC work, really encourages the voluntary submission of this information to the FDA. It outlines some of the characteristics we will be looking at when judging whether or not patient preference information sort of meets our general threshold for valid scientific evidence. Some recommendations for communicating this information to patients and healthcare professionals, and then some examples to illustrate how this might affect our decision-making. And really the goal of this is to consider patient preference as evidence. So it would be considered alongside with clinical and non-clinical testing that we have in the submissions when we're making benefit-risk determinations. And it's important to note this doesn't change the standard for approval. It's safety and effectiveness or safety and probable benefit if you're in an HDE category. But it does provide recommendations for how to collect and submit this information to be considered as valid scientific evidence and part of our benefit risk assessments. And it's also important to note that it may not be relevant for every device area. There are many device areas that are not preference sensitive or where patients don't play a role in choosing or discussing options. But there are a large proportion of devices where we do have preference sensitive situations, and this is where we think this kind of information could be particularly useful. So where are we going from here? We encourage folks, industry, patient groups, and others to interact with us to talk about how patient preference information could be used for regulatory purposes. But we're not stopping there. We think there are a lot of other ways to incorporate patient input. We think this advisory committee will help us think through some of those ways and incorporate that into our processes. Communication is critical. But also, as I mentioned, the incorporation of patient input to inform clinical trials we think is potentially a very promising area to invest some attention in next. And then, of course, patient-reported outcome development and use. So just to summarize, patients, whether you work for industry or patient groups or FDA, are really the reason many of us get up and come to work every day. And they have unique perspectives that we have begun to better incorporate and consider in our decision-making and are doing so more and more. And that the work that we've done to focus on patient-centered technology development and regulatory evaluation has started to positively affect the development of innovative therapies and clinical solutions that are more patient-centered. And we invite folks to join us and help in accelerating this important work. So thank you for your attention.
So I'm going to invite the panelists to come up if you would. And while they're coming up, we will introduce them. And so by order of which they're arriving at the podium, first is Telva Irani. She's the Chief of General and Surgical Devices Branch in the Division of Biostatistics, and is working on the ODE at CDRH. Second is Brian Luce. Brian is the Chief Scientific Officer at the Patient Centered Outcome Research Institute, PCORI, and is a member of the board of MDIC as well. It was actively engaged in the PCBR project. Bob Becker, sitting between Telva and Brian, is the Chief Medical Officer in the Office of In Vitro Diagnostics and Radiological Health at CDRH. And last but not least is Michelle McMurray-Heath, who you've met before, and she's the Worldwide Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for Medical Devices at J&J. And Michelle was actively involved from the FDA side in the formation of MDIC and the initiation of the PCBR project, and then has moved on to J&J, so we're glad to have her back. So let me start with Michelle, actually. You were involved at the beginning, and you know the project well, and now you sit on the other side, in another chair on the industry side. Why will the ability to collect and use patient preference information be useful in the device regulatory approval process, and how might industry sponsors and patient groups use this framework report to their benefit in the regulatory process?
Sure. Well, I can start with how we're using it. We're using it as really a roadmap. I think this is really going to open up a whole category of devices that may have been on the bubble as to whether or not they were worth investigating further. We have an inkling as device developers that there might be a community of patients that are really seeking the constellation of benefits and risks that some of our devices may have, but we may not feel that we have enough to go on to really pursue them further. This says, start talking with patients, bring them into the development process, make sure that your device or your idea has what they're seeking, and I think that's really a breakthrough in terms of how devices, one, become more innovative and bring more solutions to patients, but two, become more courageous in terms of the types of ideas we bring into the clinical marketplace.
That's great. Well, thank you. Bob, let me ask you a question. You're on the front lines of the regulatory submission process, and how are you and your colleagues thinking about the value of patient preference information And will the draft guidance in the FDA framework be helpful to you as you think about, approving devices?
So the microphone's on?
Yeah, just pull a little closer to you if you would. There you go.
So I think the framework and the catalog and the guidance will be helpful for us first as a grounding in an area that's now seeing a much more appropriately formal development as it's growing in importance with respect to medical product evaluation, because we're having to get used to the idea of how this information can be used, and the documents that have been put forward are actually a very helpful point of reference and a primer of sorts, point of direction for being able to get into this area. But the way that we'll use it, I think, most productively is in refining our benefit-risk assessments. This can be done in a couple of settings. One is in the totality. When you talk about a study that has a reasonably uniform set of patients accrued, you look at the totality of the evidence, and there can be benefit-risk questions which are informed by patient preference across the entire study population. Of course, as has been alluded to repeatedly, there can be subpopulations as well, and that was one of the central foci of the development of this area, to be able to identify those subpopulations that might have a differential trade-off with respect to the benefit and risk considerations that would make an appropriate review decision possible. It's important, I'm sure, that folks will be looking at pre-specification and being able to understand that there's rigor by which the methods are brought to bear. And this will be somewhat of a collaborative affair, I'm sure, between the sponsors who bring this kind of information to us, or the ideas for these kinds of this kind of information to us, in order to come to a consensus about how it can be used effectively in the review process. That could be done at the level of the approval decisions, as has been talked about before. Katie talked about the concept of being able to apply it in the context of trial design, because you have the issues there about who are the right patients to be looking at. And I think since we are really very, I won't say aggressive, but very accommodating in terms of talking with sponsors really early in the design of their product, that you can have patient preference information that is really informative about what the design of the product should be before you ever get to the trial. So it's all aspects of the development process.
Yeah, that latter point is one that we discussed a lot at the PCBR steering committee level, which is the value of this information early in the process, both to help sponsors understand how patients are viewing the area, but also to inform the initial discussions with the FDA so that we all can be on the same page about how patients are thinking about things, and have that be the input to the trial design as well as into the regulatory process. It's just not something you submit necessarily at the end of the process alongside the clinical information. All that could be valuable there as well. But the earlier you bring it into the process, the earlier you bring the discussion, it informs everybody's thinking.
You want to have the greatest weight. It's something which is integrated with the entire process.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right.
Good. So, Talbot, you're one of the few people in the world, actually, who's actually undertaken a patient preference study, which is the obesity study that you and Martin and others at the FDA really led, and which has really informed, actual regulatory approval process now in this obesity space with Maestro and other subsequent products coming through. What have you learned about the process of undertaking a patient preference study and how the results of that study can be used?
Well, the process was very interesting because at the beginning, as you mentioned, we were scoping the fog. We just wanted to know how can we elicit these patient preferences, and once we have them, how do we use them? So in the beginning, we didn't know. We didn't even know what the product area that we were going to concentrate, because there are several types of devices and disease areas in which the decisions for treatment are preference sensitive. One thing that's obvious is that treatment decisions are very hard, and they are hard for two reasons. They depend on values, and sometimes we don't know what is the best value. What do you prefer, to live longer with a poor quality of life, or to live a shorter life but living life to the fullest? This is a difficult decision and depends on, is a preference-sensitive decision. Sometimes you'll have to trade life expectancy for quality of life. So these decisions are difficult, and we wanted to get a full spectrum of patients to hear the voices of everyone, the ones that decide for quality of life, the ones that decide for longevity. How do you do that? So as we went through the process, we were learning and also learning what we can extract from this kind of studies. For instance, because we use one methodology, we could get a whole spectrum of preferences. So from this spectrum of preferences, we could get what is the maximum risk that an average patient, for instance, will tolerate in exchange for a benefit, but we could also estimate what would be the expected risk for a risk-tolerant patient or for a risk-averse. So that was very important. Another thing that we could get from this study is after we got the results, we could actually estimate what would be the proportion of patients that will take a certain product. If that proportion is large enough or meaningful, maybe we should consider approving a product for that proportion, even if it's not the majority, because if we don't approve, this portion of patients have no choice. So that's something that we learned we had to take into account. Another important lesson learned is that information is crucial. Patients have to be well informed. We still have to actually learn how to inform the patients and how to provide patients and physicians with decision-making tools. How can we assure that the patients are well informed and are also making good decisions in a shared environment together with their physicians? That will minimize regret from the part of the patients, but will also give more confidence to the agency and to the sponsors, that, they are directing the product to people that are well informed. Finally, what we learned is, we use a sort of sophisticated method, but there are other methods that will be important depending on the questions we want to answer, from the qualitative methods that in many cases will be sufficient to the most sophisticated methods if you want to hear voices from all spectrum of patients.
Great. Very helpful. Thank you. Katie?
Can I just expand on that a little bit? I don't want to diminish the innovative, great work that Talbot did, but I also didn't want to leave the audience with the impression that this has only been done once before. I think it's innovative to be doing this in the device sector, considering specifically how to take the information from these studies and use it to inform our regulatory decision-making. But there have been dozens of patient preference studies done, or studies of other preferences in the healthcare system, physician preferences, for instance. But they tend to be more focused on the delivery, downstream delivery time point and incorporating that kind of information into shared decision-making models and things of that nature. Are we running out of battery or something? So anyway, it's new, novel in its application, but the science and the methodologies are there, and I think we have a lot of work to do to continue to advance that science and particularly the application of it to the device regulatory space.
Great. Thanks, Katie. Brian, let me ask you a question. You work at PCORI, which is the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute. How do patient preference information and patient preference methods fit into the work and the goals of PCORI and what you guys are trying to do?
Well, as you're implicating, the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute is patient-centered, and it's a outcomes research institute, so we do research, and we do comparative effectiveness research that is patient-centered. And we haven't surprisingly tackled specifically patient preference as an issue. PCORI is set up to do comparative effectiveness research. So a lot of the research that we engage in are clinical trials, always including patients as part of the entire process of selecting even what to study, as well as the actual protocols themselves are inclusive of patients, of designing the studies. They're part of the studies. They're part of the decision-making as to whether we fund the studies. So they're involved throughout. So presumably, patient preferences probably do surface throughout this entire process. But in terms of formally integrating the collection of patient preference data, understanding exactly the scientific aspects of patient preference evidence, and integrating it into trials or any kind of studies, as well as communicating the information. We haven't done that explicitly. And the report by MDC is really was interesting how important it was to PCORI. I mean, it just plain hit us by the side of the head in a way and said, we really got to get into this. And of course, as many of us know, we had the MDIC patient preference, patient-centered patient, I never get it right, benefit risk patient-centered team into PCORI to present with a focus on the research agenda. And then Jeff followed up with a wonderful letter to my boss, Joe Selby, talking about the importance of a research agenda at PCORI in this area for regulatory decision making at CDRH. So we're taking it very seriously. We will be reaching out to other stakeholders because the device industry and the CDRH and the FDA is extremely important as stakeholders, but we typically, more than typically, we always open the umbrella for other stakeholders. So we'll be reaching out to the other centers at FDA as well as to patient groups around the country. We're thinking about an RFI of some sort, a request for information about other groups or individuals that would like to, and probably I'm actually thinking about publishing that which we know from the report and from what Jeff's letter had teed up as a way to stimulate other ideas. So I'm expecting, I'm hoping that we will be able to have a very serious announcement for research and set aside some money for this research.
That's great. I mean, as we noted earlier, the agenda for future research, the last chapter actually outlines some real methodological issues.
That's exactly right.
That we think academia can be, and others can be very helpful as understanding. For example, if you use multiple methods, do you get the same answer about how patient preferences are?
That's a key issue. It's
a very
really
important issue.
Validity issue. Yeah. There is no gold standard, as I know you know, Ross. Yeah. And it's not even clear how you generate a gold standard. But at least it'd be nice to know if one technique provides you the same answer as another technique.
Yeah. And there if you sample multiple populations, how do you predict what differences are and things of that nature? So we look forward to that collaboration and hope it will work. The time we have remaining, let me open it up for questions from the floor. And I know you're not shy because you asked a lot of questions earlier. So you have a question over here. Stephanie's coming with the microphone so everybody online can hear. And those of you on the webinar can type in questions. We'll try to take a look at those as well. Yes, please.
Hi, I think it's very interesting. One of the areas I'm most interested in is the application of it for clinical trial design and how you envision that going forward, maybe what therapeutic areas you see it initially, or what would be a pilot program to begin using the data in clinical trial design.
Good.
So a couple of I think, probably top value scenarios in the clinical trial space would be in breakthrough or novel technology spaces where we don't yet have an established regulatory paradigm. So, when we're facing a new technology, we're all sitting around the table trying to figure out what is the right clinical trial design for this, what are the right endpoints, which outcomes are more important than others to measure with a high degree of certainty. And we do that now, typically not including that patient component. And so if you're in a disease or condition space where this would really be somewhat of a disruptive technology potentially, and it's a condition where patients are actively involved in a discussion with their healthcare provider, for instance, in deciding which treatment option is best for me. That information will be useful if the product's ultimately approved and made available on the market, and so should we be baking that into the clinical trial design up front? So novel technologies. I think another example would be if, and we'll use the obesity paradigm, where there are technologies or treatment options available, but there's something substantially different in the attributes of a given device option that's coming through. So you're really kind of changing what it is that might be possible or what the consequences are to patient care because of some feature of this new iterative design, but that is, somewhat disrupting our regulatory assessment paradigm.
Just give an example. You brought the obesity case, and in that particular case, another lesson we learned from the trade-offs of benefits and risks, we could basically, in that particular case, plot a graph, and for a certain device that poses certain risks and has certain attributes. So we could determine what would be a minimum expected benefit that a patient would expect from that particular device. From that value, we could inform clinicians so they could come up with the minimum clinically meaningful weight loss for that particular device, and for that we can design the clinical trial because that drives the sample size and other things. So in that particular case, we could use the study to practically design a clinical trial for a new devices in the pipeline.
Brian?
I just wanted to make note that that there are methodological issues associated with integrating patient preference within clinical trials that I don't believe are very well known and could very well be part of our research announcement.
And I would also note that if you look at that list of methods we had up there, the bottom method is actually a patient preference trial. There's the idea of actually structuring trial design to really elicit patient preferences, not just informed by it, but actually elicit it. And the idea is that some patients you can randomize, look at the randomized results, but for many patients who don't want to be randomized, why not inform them, let them select their option, and look at their outcomes and measure their not only their outcomes, but their satisfaction with their outcomes. And so there may be some innovation in clinical trial design that comes out of this.
Yeah, it's sort of like, I think of it as an input to the trial and an output of the trial.
Exactly.
I mean, it's confusing to me, actually, as to how to handle that. But
Other question. We have one more question. Kelly. Hold on. Wait, let's get your microphone so people online can hear.
To say it was great to hear about the FDA patient engagement advisory committee. That was all over Twitter and Facebook, and there were many patients who heard about it, especially those who have resources, who have time to be on social media and so forth. And I just wanted to know, first of all, how you are looking to make sure that a lot of patients hear about it and feel like that they would be supported to try to be on it, not just those who have resources. And then I was also wondering if you could talk about how you think the success of collecting patient data varies across therapeutic areas, depending on how much heterogeneity or homogeneity there is among patient groups. And just to add, it's funny to us, I think, as part of a patient group sometimes, what's the patient perspective? And, well, we don't all have conference calls every Friday. There are many patient perspectives. So just to learn a little more how you think about that.
Sure.
Good. Katie, then Michelle.
Yeah, I'll address the advisory committee meeting, and you may have some comments on the second question. So we'd love everyone's help in getting the word out, frankly. We did tap into, our existing partnerships, tried to reach out to some of the umbrella patient organizations, also reaching out through our existing patient rep network, which is the over 200 patients that are already signed up to work with FDA on some of these issues, but definitely would appreciate help from others to activate their networks and get the word out.
Comment that heterogeneity was actually the impetus behind both the patient engagement panel
and the patient preference initiative. I think there is a presumption sometimes among policy circles that you can pick up 1-800-patient and call that one patient and they can speak for a universe of people who are afflicted with an illness. Patient preference is the first time where federal policymakers have said, look, there's a population, and within that population there's a distribution. There are different racial and ethnic groups, there are different genders affected, there are different family situations and personal values, and the only way to measure across the spectrum is to scientifically measure and talk about the distribution and not just an individual and asking that individual to speak for thousands. And so this is really the opportunity to bring an egalitarian approach. I think of patient preference as almost the civil rights aspect of patient care and innovation, because as you mentioned, patients with resources are often the first at the door to lobby FDA or Congress in behalf of particular technology. And the most valuable resource, of course, is health. So our patients who are most frail are often the most neglected. And so having people come to them and ask them their point of view on technology is much more egalitarian than waiting to see who can make it through the gates of White Oak. So that's really the basis of this and what we're trying to achieve. So I think the other powerful thing about this whole initiative is it's the first time a regulator, any global regulator, has admitted that although regulatory decisions are science-based, they are value-driven. And so we need to all come to terms with the fact that even though we're evaluating science, we think of ourselves as clinicians and scientists, and that is a very important part of judging the evidence that comes before regulators. The bottom line decision is a value-based decision. And so it therefore should be informed not just by scientists who say, I understand this and you don't, but by the entire community of patients and healthcare providers who have to use those solutions down the line.
It's very well said. Thank you, Michelle. Let me close by making 3 quick points. Is that first, I want to thank not just the people on the panel who've participated in this process, but everybody on the PCBR steering committee, the list you saw. It was a real collaborative effort, but we worked hard and fast, and it took a lot of people really focusing on this. And so I just want to publicly thank them all. This conversation is one of many that are being had by a variety of members involved in the process in a variety of forums. We're trying to get the word out about this, and we appreciate your help in doing so. If there are places where you'd like us to talk about this more, let us know and contact Stephanie Christopher, and we can arrange to have somebody there to talk about this to your organization. And finally, I just want to emphasize again, this is not a complete project. This is a first step. This is a new area. It's a developing area, emerging area of really research, and we really want to see this process continue. We're hoping in a few years to revisit this area, revisit the report, update it, improve it, try to collect the experience that everybody develops in this area and share it in a way that makes it productive for everyone, both the FDA and industry and researchers as well. So again, thank you, and look forward to your helping us spread the word.
Thanks, Ross and group. Very interesting, informative panel discussion. So we're going to go from one end of the spectrum to the other. So that was a project that has gotten to at least the first phase of completion, and now we're moving on to a project that's really just now getting kicked off, and that is our Clinical Diagnostic Initiative. And I'm going to introduce Steve Binion, who is the Director of Corporate Regulatory Affairs at Becton Dickinson. And Becton Dickinson also is one of the founding members of MDIC, and Steve has been very involved and active from the very beginning. Steve?
Thanks, Bill. It's a pleasure to be here today on behalf of BD. A couple of quick comments about BD's involvement in MDIC. BD is a founding member of MDIC under the leadership of our CEO, Vince Ferlenza. And Rick Naples, our Senior VP of Regulatory Affairs, Public Policy, is the current board representative for BD. And more importantly, he's the board champion for the clinical diagnostics project. And finally, and last but certainly not least, I'm really happy to announce that we now have a program manager on staff at MDIC in Carolyn Hiller. Let's see. Yep, funny how that works. Okay, so similar to the other programs, and you know, as you might expect, the key difference here in terms of the clinical diagnostics is that over the past several years in discussions at you know, internal to BD and at MDIC gatherings, you know, we just looked around and said, if you take IVDs and diagnostic imaging projects, that's a pretty big chunk of the med tech industry. And is there any potential value, interest, opportunity for engagement in focusing a project under the MDIC umbrella that would be targeted towards clinical diagnostics? So the early returns on that poll were yes, but as Bill indicated, we're still at the very early stages relative to this project, but certainly happy to report some progress today. So recapping 2014, after I put this slide together, I looked at it, and really, for me last year, or for this project, last year was really about a series of conversations. We started out basically just a small group of IVD industry members, looked at you know, the basic question, would it make sense to, you know, look to develop something under the MDIC umbrella? We followed that up with interviews with FDA, NIH, CMS, and other stakeholders. We did get agreement there, and actually even got to the point of identifying some preliminary concepts. But what was painfully obvious at that point was that there was a need, a critical need, for additional industry and member participation and commitment, and that, you know, frankly, up to that point, even through the end of last year, we lacked critical mass. Where are we now in terms of what's happened in the past couple of months? We undertook additional outreach in July of this year with a webinar. We had a good turnout for that, but more importantly, we added several MDIC members to the Clinical Diagnostics Steering Committee. So Abbott Diagnostics, Exponent, ICON, and Medtronic Diabetes Division joined as steering committee members. And as I said earlier, Carolyn joined us on the MDIC staff, and I'm going to turn it over to her now so she can take credit for everything that's happened since she came on board. Thanks.
Terrific. Thank you, Steve. As you can see, we've begun to gain some momentum by bringing on a critical mass of interested members and also outside individuals that are not yet members. We've been able to pull together a steering committee, and the steering committee we brought together included not only our members, that we had constituents, but also FDA representatives. And the FDA appointed Giovanna Tezek, who is with the Personalized Medicine in IVD, and Marina Kondratovic, who has extensive experience in clinical trial design within the IVDs. We also looked at rounding out our steering committee by bringing on some content experts. And we were able to bring on board James Boyani, who was a chemist before he went into law. And he currently works with Epstein, Becker and Green, which is a firm that focuses on the life sciences. and he has extensive experience in IVDs and also in the CLIA waiver. Konstantin Gatsonis joined us. He is a tremendous asset to the team. He is the chair of biostatistics at Brown and is a leading authority in the design and analysis of clinical trials, of diagnostics and screening, and has wonderful ideas and experience to contribute to the committee. Fred Lasky also joined us, and Fred has been in the IVD industry for over 30 years. And so he brings his experiences to the committee to help round out our discussions. So the committee, as you can see here, is a nice representation of industry within the FDA, and then also the expert advisors. And so we brought the group together 9 days ago to talk about how can we come together and address ways that can be more productive for both the FDA and industry to ultimately get these tests to the patients sooner. And so they focused on 4 key areas. And I'm going to give you just the very, very high level focus because they do need to come together and create the purpose and the scope to bring it back to the steering committee. So one of the areas that they identified was contrived specimens. Gaps exist in how to use them within the approval process. And this was identified both by the FDA and by industry. So I think by clarifying that, that will be very helpful. Another area that came up is incremental improvements in low and moderate risk IVDs. Currently, this can lead to tremendous expense for the corporations to undergo what is necessary for approval. So they often will forego improvements, and as a result, the patients suffer. So we are going to clarify that for them. Within the clinical area, the clinical evidence frameworks and requirements, we need more technical details of what is necessary for the approval, and so the committee is going to work at that. And lastly, electronic health records. Here's a tremendous amount of information that's not very useful in IVDs. And so they're hoping that they can come together and work with the companies to help make it more useful in outcome research. And so that's where we're at. And if you have any questions, I'm going to turn it over to Steve. So.
I just wanted to see if you guys are thinking about bringing in the broader payer community as part of these discussions at some point, because I know that reimbursement is a major issue.
Yeah, short answer, yes. At the kickoff steering committee last week, just circumstances, logistics, we didn't have actually representation from CMS or NIH, who are already MDIC members. And, you know, that question issue with regard to IVDs, you know, came up. I think at this point, we're not ignoring it based on the, you know, the initial technical focus. It's not listed there, but it's certainly one of the critical components. And if you're volunteering, let us know. So. Well, that works too. So, and I guess you know, Carolyn alluded to it, but what we've identified here is a starting list of topics. We felt it was important to come out of last week's meeting with at least, you know, something that stuck to the wall, so to speak. We've got that, but there's a lot of additional work to do, and I know from our interviews last year with CMS, payment issues, reimbursement, characterization of IVDs is an enormous issue. Yep. Anything else? Thank you.
Thanks, Steve and Carolyn. So now we're going to take a little different track. Much of our work has been done in that one chart where they talk about the total product life cycle, and you've seen it multiple times today. A lot of the work we've been doing is in the early innovation and the clinical phase. This program goes to the end of the cycle. It's influenced throughout the cycle, but this really gets to quality of product out in the market. And so I'm going to introduce Dr. Aaron Murray. He is the Chief Medical Officer for Medical Devices and Diagnostics in Johnson & Johnson, MDIC board member and the board champion for this particular program. Aaron?
Thank you very much, Bill. And it's my pleasure to briefly introduce the case for quality before handing over for more detail to Suzanne Fiorino, who's the program leader for MDIC and an executive on loan from industry, and also to Jan Welsh, who's acting director of the Office of Compliance at CDRH FDA. So you will have heard Dr. Shuren this morning mention the case for quality a number of times. It's a program that's very close to his heart, and that's absolutely no surprise because it actually has its genesis in a very thoughtful 2011 document, a report that was published by CDRH, and that report was called Understanding the Barriers to Medical Device Quality. And the report recognized the heterogeneity and the complexity of medical devices, their manufacturers, and the multiple use scenarios where our devices are used. But it also came out and pointed out some areas of opportunity for manufacturers to enhance their quality systems and to enhance and think about their culture and behaviors around the application of quality. And at the same time as this report was published, it'd be fair to say that industry, clearly recognizing that patients, their families, and carers rely on us to produce high-quality medical devices, was also grappling with the fact that achieving technical compliance to the numerous national and international quality standards is difficult enough on its own for companies of varying sizes, but in and of itself, having an ISO 13485 quality system certification in your hand is not necessarily sufficient for your business and your company to be consistently producing and distributing high-quality and consistently high-quality medical devices. And so helping companies of all sizes to understand and navigate that delta between technical compliance and actually where you need to be performance-wise around quality to provide high-quality medical devices was the challenge that industry, FDA, CDRH, academia, and thankfully some healthcare providers, those who purchase medical devices on behalf of patients, took up. And so I'll invite Suzanne Fiorino to come up to the podium now and tell you more detail about this program. Thank you.
Well, hello to everyone in the room, and I'm happy to be reporting on this program, which is a new one for MDIC since the last annual meeting. So Aaron did a great job giving us a little bit of background, and I think it's important to understand the context that when we talk about the case for quality in the broadest sense, it did have its origins in FDA. Even earlier than 2011 is when the actual paper was published that identified some of the plans to address this. So fast forward to last year, and well, first we want to talk a little bit about what the intent is, and it's really to think about what are the barriers, elevate the status of product quality from a pure compliance perspective to truly focusing on quality aspects. And you might say, well, device companies should be focusing on quality, and of course we do, but the data had suggested that we needed some work there. And one of the intents in MDIC taking up the MDIC case for quality was really to pull together a broad set of stakeholders, not just industry, not just FDA, but other individuals that are coming together on a routine basis to look at this, identify actions and activities. So last year, MDIC was awarded, as you heard from Jeff this morning, some funding under a condition called a Broad Agency Agreement or grant to support the case for quality. And there were 4 broad objectives associated with this, very broad. The first was to conduct some research on quality maturity models. And that work has been done. The output of that is posted on the MDIC website, so you can go and take a look at that. toward the end of our funding agreement, we have an obligation to develop a change action plan, but the real action is taking place under 2 and 3, and that is to create a venue for ongoing quality engagement forums, where this broad set of stakeholders come together on a routine basis to look at and focus on and work on important aspects of medical device product quality. As a result of folks getting together, we've identified 4 working groups, and you'll hear a little more about them as we go forward in the presentation this afternoon. I want to spend just a couple minutes talking a little bit about the framework or guts of our program, and after that I'm going to turn it over to Jan Welch, who will give us a little bit of more detail on the workings of the program from the working groups that have been established, as well as to give the FDA perspective on their observations as well as future expectations. So this year we've come together on an ongoing basis. We, like other MDIC teams, have established a steering committee. We're meeting every other week. We have established a cadence of forums where about 50, plus or minus, individuals have come together every couple of months this year. We just had a forum in September 8th, the day after Labor Day, and we still, even after a holiday, had a group of very engaged individuals coming together to work on this important topic. We also have 2 plans for open forums where anyone, even if you're not able to commit the time and resource to come together on a routine basis, you can hear about the case for quality. Earlier this year, we conducted an MDICX webinar, and October 8th, we'll be having our 2nd open forum of the year out in San Diego. Those of you that might be attending the AdvaMed meeting, welcome you to stay an extra half a day to attend. Registration link is enclosed on the next slide. And of course, the really heart of the program now is our working groups that are coming together in between these forums to deliberate, discuss, scope, and plan out what are the important issues to work on. So we have a broad steering committee, again, 2 representatives from the FDA, as you'll see on the slides, as well as representatives from industry that you see on the slides as well. Our quality forum consists of, again, about 50 individuals that are coming together on a routine basis who are working on 4 different program areas. We have various chairs assembled that are leading these programs, along with assigned program managers for each of these. And to date, we have well over 70 individuals engaged in these various programs and activities, all with plans and activities to move this forward. But I started this talk, and Aaron referred to this earlier, as the case for quality is not just an MDIC term or initiative. The case for quality is very, very broad. And one of the ideas that we discussed and are working on is, what does the whole case for quality framework look like? You know, we've heard people describe it as, you know, we've got the regulations, those are the, you know, requirements, those are things that people say are important, are required to do, but they don't give us the how-to pieces of information to move it forward. So taking advantage of a definition on product quality that AdvaMed and FDA developed earlier, we want to think about, okay, if this is our definition of product quality, how do we measure it? How do you implement it? How do you evolve it from that compliance state to one of true product quality? And then how do you measure and assess the various value associated with it? So you'll see the MDIC programs are all the programs that are highlighted in orange. There are 4 working groups, but you'll notice that there are several projects or programs listed here that are being done either internally in the FDA or with other organizations such as AdvaMed. And the goal of finalizing this draft case for quality framework is to align on what is that case for quality framework among the various interested stakeholders. So when we talk about case for quality, we speak from a common platform. And here's my shameless plug for my open forum on October 8th. But with that, and I will leave you with that, and it should be interesting because we're going to not only go into a little more detail on the 4 working groups, but we'll have an activity around posters and an interactive session where you can talk with each of the program leads for the 4 MDIC programs, but we'll also have representatives from AdvaMed talking about their library of successful practices, as well as 2 representatives from the FDA to talk about the programs in FDA, primarily around the CTQ activities. So with that, I would like to now turn the podium over to Jan Welch, who will give us a little bit more detail on the 4 working groups and, again, some perspectives from where she sits as an active steering committee member. So, Jan, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. How you doing? Okay, and you're hanging in here on a Friday afternoon at the end of the week, and now you're getting pretty far down in the pecking order this week, okay? Because we started with His Holiness Pope Francis, so we had him, you know, Wednesday, Thursday. You started out this morning with Dr. Califf, our Deputy Commissioner, and nominated to be the Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration. Then you got Dr. Shuren, the Center Director, and so we're moving down the food chain, you know, at FDA. And so, you know, I was thinking about this, and even though my title is an acting office director, you know what my job series is? You know what my PD, my job series is, and it has been for 26 years? I'm a consumer safety officer. Isn't that the coolest? Isn't that the coolest title? You know, I write it down on my IRS income tax returns, and they don't know what the hell a consumer safety officer is. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, listening to the other MDIC initiatives, knowing what we're doing at FDA, yeah, I don't really care if I'm an office director. I don't care if I'm a, you know, I'm a consumer safety officer. GS 696, that's pretty cool. And it fits with Case for Quality. It really fits with a lot of what we're doing. So I think Suzanne teed it up pretty well here. So, and I guess you heard from Dr. Shuren today how important this is to him, okay? So let's just say I've been reporting to him for 9.5 months, one-on-ones, you know, pretty much weekly one-on-ones with him. 3 priorities on my side of the house, you know, the post-market, Case for Quality, benefit risk framework, program alignment, and they all connect together. So even this framework that Suzanne just showed you, you know, even within FDA, we can tie this to some of our other really exciting work that we're doing as well. And so, you know, this is about putting your money where your mouth is. And Dr. Shuren, that was huge commitment in this broad agency, you know, agreement, because we're all vying. You know, the 8 offices in CDRH, we're vying for this money, and this is really important. And so for us in compliance, touched together with the Office of In Vitro and Rad Health, this is a really important commitment of funds for this project. So the end of last year, November, December, we convened a steering committee. So we've got 4 or 5 of our steering committee members here. Suzanne is this, you know, terrific executive that we had as a program manager, because really what makes things run, right? The program manager. You know, it's super in getting us to where we are today. So 2015, we're active, we're ongoing, and we're not done yet. Got a couple more of these activities to convene a little bit together. We've had these 3 working forums. I'm going to kind of go through what did we do, what we were trying to get out of those. We've had a public webinar, so in other words, to take that information and to, you know, spread it out to even a little bit larger community through different media. And then Suzanne just told you about another upcoming public venue where people can interact and hear more about these 4 specific projects that are running through these work groups. In addition, MDIC sponsored this in-depth research on maturity models. Some of you may be way more familiar with that than I. Kind of started out of that software effort with CMMI. Other industry sectors have had some success, and there's pros and cons and ways that we're hoping we can see if we can leverage that into medical devices with respect to quality. All right. So we had to start and kind of ground people. I mean, Suzanne gave you these 2 very, very high-level introductory slides. So to take some folks that really might not have heard of Case for Quality or had just heard a little bit about it, we needed to kind of ground everybody. So what was FDA trying to do? What were we not trying to do? What is Case for Quality? What is not Case for Quality? And it's about this dedicated cadence of participants, right? You all know when different people show up to a meeting, the dynamic is different. For those of you that do management reviews, you know, and within your QMS, you know, different people there, different outcome. Is the president there? Is the CEO there? It's different than if that person is you know, out on leave or out on travel. The dynamic is different. So this is really, I think, one of the keys of success that we've had in these many months in 2015 is this dedicated cadre of participants that we have. We spent a lot of time focusing and brainstorming, and we brainstormed and we brainstormed and we brainstormed, and I thought, holy cow, if we had resources, if we had user fees for case for quality, oh my gosh, we would just be incredible. But we don't, right? So you have to pick what you can do. You have to pick what makes sense. You have to, it's not the low-hanging fruit business. It's what's going to matter. That's really the essence of what's at this Case for Quality initiative. It's doing what matters, measuring what matters, analyzing what matters, sharing what matters, and stop doing what doesn't, or deprioritize it. That's what the heart and soul of this, really is all about. So we funneled, and we kind of got down to 3 or 4 themes, and then through the forums we had folks get together and really come up with, all right, what would your work plan look like? We really made people work and say, give us a proposed kind of 1-year timeline on this and a charter and what would work. So I'm going to give you those outcomes, and some of them are a little bit more seasoned than others, and one is just recently approved. So it'll be, I think, really exciting. Do you guys do this like every year, every September? It's going to be really cool what we come back with a year from now, because that's the target. We want to come back and tell you what these groups have done. What have they piloted? What have they developed? What have they done? Suzanne kind of told you about the Case for Quality framework, because somewhere along the way, people are starting to say, how does this connect? How does this fit with this? How does this fit with this? So she kind of showed you that slide, that where the MDIC groups fit in, where do the other efforts fit in, and then as I said, even with us at FDA, we can overlay where program alignment is going in. We can go in and lay in where benefit risk framework lays in along with that as well, okay? All right, so let's talk about these 4 groups, and these are not really in a significantly in order, but just I think it kind of makes a logical progression. So competency development, all right? I mean, there's tons of tools out there for competency development, for training. You have them. We as a regulator have them. But I think the idea is to come up with programs to identify where we can learn together in a collaborative environment. And believe me, going back to some of these early forums, it was really cool. People were like talking about industry, talking about like coming and doing details at CDRH, at ODE, like I'm going to come work on, work exchange. You come do 3 months at ODE, we'll go do 3 months at your company. But I mean, that's sort of a, well, okay, that's sort of a tongue-in-cheek, but seriously, this is what it's getting at. It's this common collaborative environment getting down so that we're understanding the same things together. It's what is significant and why, and what's not significant and why. And so the benefit of this is, again, it's to stop the things that we don't need to do, to focus on what we do need to do, and make sure that we're taking that and then can reinvest it into better medical devices and patient care. All right, the next group probably has had the longest opportunity to gel together as a group, because their effort came out of another concurrent effort we were trying to do within Case for Quality. So FDA Champion, together with Xavier University, had a group working on device measures. And they met for a number of months, dedicated work groups there, pre-production, post-production, production, kind of honing in on all of this, and then continued to present this information to the MDIC Forum, and then the Case for Quality Steering Committee at MDIC approved their charter and approved them as a group to continue to take that work, to sort of really take the best ideas, some of their top predictive quality measures, and now to turn them into pilots, to kind of hone them, fine-tune them, and to put them into pilots. Want to make sure that we validate these, and then what are we all collectively going to do with them and collaboratively going to do with this information. And we're hoping that the benefit of this is to make sure that you've got, again, predictive quality measures across that whole total product life cycle, so that we have this platform, so that everybody has access to this, industry, the regulator, the stakeholders, to use this to assess what's going on with product quality, to detect it along the way, before things happen, and the ultimate goal of increased patient safety. It's all about the more you can do upstream with things, it's of the most tremendous value. All right, and then quality system maturity models. So again, as I said, the maturity model concepts are out there in other sectors. So I think the challenge is, how can we translate this into medical devices, into the quality management system? Whether it's a modular approach, whether it's a prioritized approach, a risk-based approach, how do we do that? And so what this group is focusing on is to make sure that companies can be independently and objectively assessed. And so that might be logically outside of the Food and Drug Administration. Could obviously be a third-party entity doing this. against a recognized set of leading practices and external benchmarks. So again, this ties into even some other quality efforts that are going on, maybe not under the umbrella of Case for Quality, but all right, again, tapping those and weaving those into the maturity model. And again, we're talking about the benefit here is then you leverage this in. This group came up with calling it a quality SAT score to each organization, or similarly, maturity could be leveraged as an input to a type of consumer reports information concerning a specific medical device. And I think about this, as an example, my mom died in November, and so she was at Virginia Hospital Center for a number of times last year. And of course, working for the FDA, you got this mindset, and I'm in her hospital room many, many days, and I'm thinking, oh, okay, and I'm looking at these different products. And I have to say, I'm looking at it, and it's like, okay, warning letter, consent decree, warning letter, 483. Wouldn't it be so cool if instead I was in that hospital room, with my relative going, ooh, that's a 4-star product. That is a 4.5-star product. That's a 5-star product. I mean, isn't that what we're aiming for? Is to think about it in that, to think about it in that way. So stay tuned for the work on the maturity model. And then finally, the term advanced analytics, big analytics, but we kind of honed in on advanced analytics. But this is about the analysis techniques to all of our stakeholders, right? And you'll see in the next couple of slides, I'll talk about one of the value of these MDIC forums has been we have had some stakeholders that we haven't had in the past. So we've had some payers, we've had some reimbursers, purchasing consortiums that are there. And their analysis and what they're looking for is very different than, maybe what a patient is when they go to CVS to buy a product, or maybe what a clinician is when he or she is deciding what type of product to use in the OR. So it's all of this analysis techniques, right one for the right venue. And so, again, identifying the key data, but a standard approach to data analytics, to feed back in to the design quality and into manufacturing, and cross-industry comparative analysis for benchmarking to peers. So the goal is, I think the thinking is in each one of these groups, the idea is it's supposed to be really a year-long productive experience. We're looking for a result. They've got charters. They have action plans. You can hear more about this. But the idea is, hopefully a year from now, we'll be able to report back some amazing results. What worked, what didn't, what was piloted that should be continued, what should FDA maybe start using, what do you think FDA should start using? It's that type of thing we hope will come out of this. So what has been, and what does FDA continue to expect in the advancement of Case for Quality? Well, as I said, this cadence of forums with committed participants is really key, because, you want to get past where you're explaining what it is to everybody as they come in, right? You need everybody now to be sort of on that same page and really keep going, and that's hard to do if you're constantly stopping to reset and, and catch people up. We want to make sure that we're in all facets of the device community. I think it's been so valuable to have representatives from an HMO, the American Hospital Association. These are people that I certainly didn't interact with 5-10 years ago in my career. I'm sitting there not really interacting with those stakeholders. Industry, yes. Device manufacturers, yes. Contract manufacturers, yes. But not this focus. So this is very cool. All size firms, right? So again, more than 60% of the inventory we have at FDA for registered device manufacturers are companies that are 10 people or less. This has got to be one size fits all. This information has to be out there for everybody. We want there to be a vibrant and robust communication program. So the work that's done in these forums needs to be shared, and then information back, same the other way. It's a venue for us at FDA to work collaboratively, with all of you. This continues to be the fruits of what we did in 2012 and 2013. We really hit the rubber chicken circuit, and we were out all over the United States in every venue that we could, big, small, large, talking about the Case for Quality. It was really that design input phase we were trying to get. And every time that we went out and spoke, we were trying to couple that with a visit to FDA's nearest district office, right, to try and engage the folks that do the device inspections, that do the device compliance work, to introduce them to this at the same time. So a lot of what we learned there, it's really fabulous that we're able to pour into here. And I have to say, I mean, I think the communication continues to be open and frank, and I think you hear it when we're here. We hear it in the work groups. People are very frank. They're very open, and they're very honest. Again, I said all stakeholders are welcome. We need to tap into more resources. So this MDIC BAA is fabulous because, you know, FDA, it never was intended that we could do it all. We got, you know, oftentimes within our agency, you got the same dedicated group of people doing the same thing, right? So if we have the same people doing case for quality, the same people doing program alignment, the same people doing the benefit risk framework, it's about more resources, and FDA not intending to do it alone and can't do it alone. We want to initiate additional concurrent case for quality projects. So maybe a year from now, these 4 are great guns. Maybe we add a couple more, just whatever. We want to make sure, and I think that's one thing the steering committee has done. So Steve's on the steering committee, Beth's on the steering committee, Bill's on the steering committee. We want to make sure that these folks do not get overloaded or burned out, that we're not asking the same people to be on the same group. They all have day jobs too, right? So we treasure these resources and don't want to take advantage of them. But it is about expanding the case for quality footprint. So if those were our expectations, and you kind of look where the MDIC effort has net out, and really in less than a year, it's amazing. The collaboration, the frankness, but the dedication and the resources to this. So these 4 work groups, each with these co-leads, the effort, the dollars that they're spending on, you know, whether they're coming together physically as groups, the teleconferences, taking time. Many of them are meeting either weekly or biweekly. So there's just momentum going on. FDA has a little bit of a liaison role in each one, but we're not the driver on this. It's these groups that are doing this. The commitment is just amazing. As I said, the new stakeholders, I think, is terrific. I'd like to see a little bit more of that, because clearly, you know, one provider or one consortium or one HMO is not the only perspective. So that would be just fabulous to have a little bit more of those. And one that I'm not so sure we've had in the forum, hitting the nail on the head, but we surely did when we were out talking, is the role of the consultant that companies hire, whether it's to submit a 510K, whether it's because you have a 483 to respond to, but consultants in the medical device industry have tremendous influence, right? And so this is another one maybe to sort of tap into that a little bit, because they're seeing perhaps across manufacturers the barriers, the problems. So that's sort of tying back to the days when we were out talking about this. And a tremendous sharing across companies. Folks are not worried about that. And an example was I was in one of the groups on the measures, the device measures group, and I was listening. I was more an observer at that point, and I heard one company was presenting their methodology of doing something, and this other individual was like, "Do you really do that? That is so cool." And they're like, "Yes, we really do that. Can I go to?" Yes. It's that kind of, it's that kind of sharing that goes on, in between the lines, if you will, and that's invaluable. And I think when you put that into these work group products, it's just gonna be amazing. So stay tuned. It'll be really exciting, I think, to see a year from now what we're gonna bring back to your table. Do I want to take any questions? Sure. Do you have any questions? All right. Well, thanks.
Thanks, Jan. And I want to especially thank you as the last speaker of the day for setting me up as the best and most important and most significant. I thought that was just a perfect setup. Thank you very much. So a couple general comments, and I'll ask Katie O'Callahan to come back up. Katie's one of the key collaborators, and she was up here with the patient-centered benefit risk, but Katie is my primary liaison with FDA, so a very important participant. So, one of the things that I think we wanted to get across to people today, and I think it really came across, is that MDIC is a true collaborative partnership with multiple stakeholders being engaged, and we're very pleased by the progress we've made there. this doesn't happen without a lot of strong leadership and support. A big part of that is, and Dale Wallstrom and I were talking about this at lunch, when this started, there was a lot of mistrust, and that comes from not necessarily talking to each other. Sometimes it's talking at each other or just not even talking. So that communication, that engagement, that collaboration, I think has been an extremely strong and powerful method for us developing the trust and the confidence that we can really, I think, achieve some very important work here. So we're very excited by this. The topic at the end was to talk about the future vision of MDIC, and I think the future vision is part of the current vision, and part of that is that, and this came out through the day, the technology world is changing at a breakneck speed right now, and the work we are doing is really bringing together the collaborative expertise of the thought leaders throughout the ecosystem to work on the important issues that are going to support bringing the medical innovations first in the world to the U.S. that are safe and effective. And that is, if you will, I think is an ongoing, consistent mission of what we need to do at MDIC, and why I believe that what we've shown in the first couple of years here is the work we're doing is important, it's significant, and it's going to be ongoing, and there's a sustainable need for this as long as there is innovation occurring in this ecosystem. So, I start with that as just a basic framework and tenet of what we do. More specifically and more broadly, I think if you think about other areas, and you can learn sometimes from other technology areas, and you think about innovation, this has been an area, we talked about collaboration and partnerships, and I think Bill Hawkins in the beginning talked about collaborating and partnering with physicians. But think about many of the social media and mobile technologies that have come out today. You get a new, there's a new iPhone that came out this week. That iPhone is only valuable with the collaboration that occurs with all of the applications that are coming on that platform. And those aren't uniquely developed by Apple in this case. And I think that what we have is an opportunity here is the redefinition of how innovation occurs within our ecosystem, and ultimately how competition occurs. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard people say, well, our competitive differentiation potentially is we have the best relationships with the investigative centers. And then, so working on who has the right centers as opposed to maybe what's the best solution to this unmet medical need, and working it at that level. I see the opportunity to continue to redefine where competition occurs and what's in the pre-competitive space and what's in the areas that are differentiated for the community. And that efficiency that happens as we redefine that line, I think, can be very significant going forward. So with that, I'm going to close by saying thank you. I'm going to invite Katie to come up just for a couple of minutes here. And as I said, Katie has been an incredible partner for me and the rest of the team to let you ask any final closing questions you might have before we close the day today. So, any questions for Katie or I? You're not going to have to ask me twice. You guys have a great weekend. Great program and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Bill, and it's been a pleasure for me working with you and all the other great staff at MDIC. So I know I'm standing between you and your weekend. Just wanted to ask all of you to, gather your last thoughts for any last questions. And while you're doing that, I just wanted to offer some remarks to kind of stitch together and connect some dots to what we've heard about today. So you heard at the beginning about how important it is for us to come together to tackle regulatory science challenges, and how doing that really does help facilitate getting better technologies to patients faster. One of the first conversations I ever had with Ross Jaffe, who of course has an unparalleled view of early innovative technology development and his role in venture capital, is that innovative technologies are really disadvantaged at every step of the process just because of how how the system is set up. And so one of the great things and the potential and promise of the work that MDIC does is to address that from a system level and look at what is it we can do to reduce those barriers, to kind of level the playing field so we're not leaving all of these promising technologies to die on the vine. I think there's also, you know, you heard a lot about from Dr. Califf and Sharon about fit-for-purpose evidence generation. So are we doing the right science to answer the question we need to answer? And one of the challenges, I think, in the device industry in that arena is what you heard from Jan Welch. You know, 60% of the companies have 10 employees or fewer, 75% are 20 or fewer employees. We're just making the same mistakes over and over again and relearning, reinventing the wheel. And so that's another opportunity, I think, that MDIC provides as an organization that kind of learns and builds on what it is we're discovering and sharing it across the ecosystem. You know, resource challenges is, of course, one big motivator for collaboration, and, you know, the infrastructure challenges to set up these partnerships, you know, are not insignificant, especially when you're talking about these small companies that have limited resources and may not have a full-blown legal department. And so, you know, I think that's not flashy, but it's really a critical part of what makes these collaborations possible. But it's also, you know, I think in bringing people together from these different perspectives, you look at the same problem that we've been staring at for years and years from a different perspective, and we talk about it, and we have a better understanding, I think, of some of these challenges, and different solutions emerge when you do that. And I think that's one of the great opportunities that participation in MDIC projects can provide. The other thing I think is that, you know, we have seen some really substantive work being delivered from some of these working groups. Some of these are incremental changes, and some of them are gearing us up towards more transformational changes. And I think increasing participation by more and more stakeholders in the community will just help accelerate our progress towards that goal. And some of the efficiency gains, you know, I think they can be perceived as not so flashy because they're process improvement, but I would make the argument that there are some efficiency gains that are at such a great magnitude that they are, in fact, transformational. So, you know, I would characterize some of the progress that's been made in the IDE space with the work that Owen Ferris shared with us as transformational process improvement. Going from 400 days median to 30 is pretty transformational process improvement. And I think there are going to be more and more opportunities for some of the incremental work that's going on in MDIC projects to build towards that kind of transformational improvement in the system. So any other questions from the audience for Bill or I or any of the other project leads?
It's probably a question that you've asked and answered, but when you talk about 75% of the medical device industry being 20 people or 10 people or less, what's the plan on bringing more of that voice into MDIC? Because I think that some people in the room work with a lot of those companies, and first of all, there were a lot of questions today about how people are aware of the progress we're making. A lot of those companies aren't aware unless they have someone that they know from these groups who can help advise them. So I'm just wondering if there's a plan or if there needs to be a group that talks about how to bring more of that voice into these initiatives.
Yeah, Vicki, that's a good question. We have a small number of small companies, a very, very small number, obviously, in the whole context of the ecosystem. We also have as members AdvaMed and MDMA, and the small company group of AdvaMed, Ashley Wallen-Whittorf and Mark Leahy from MDMA, we reach out to them when we're looking for input. So, for example, on some of those surveys, and Kareem Benali mentioned, we got a lot of feedback from small companies through an outreach with MDMA. So we recognize we have to use that group, and we also use some of the regional associations like Life Science Alley when we need to reach out on specific topics as well. The engagement on the programs is more challenging because when you get 10 people, if you ask a 10-person organization to put people on projects, you're asking for a significant percentage of their staffing. So they're oftentimes have a more limited engagement, but even then, if it's something that is extremely important, we will get, on occasions, one of their staff members to be involved in the project.
And I would say, you know, I think we're, what is it, 3 years in now for MDIC, so we're starting to see some early wins, and some of it is a chicken and an egg situation, right? I mean, what particular type of project wins are particularly appealing to the smaller companies? One of the things I don't know that we really highlighted well enough in talking about some of our projects is what the companies who are participating learned along the way as part of, you know, what the group was working on. So, for example, you know, Stephanie did a nice job telling us about the clinical trials work and the study design project. But what we heard in the April meeting that was dedicated to the clinical trials topic, where we unpacked that a little bit more, is that almost every one of the companies that did volunteer to provide that data, in going back and looking at that, they learned so much about what in their own company processes were contributing to this problem of collecting more data than we actually need, and what the consequences were in terms of investment and decision making inside the company. So, you know, I think Case for Quality will probably end up being like that too. The companies that are actively involved are going to be learning things about their own companies that, you know, they'll have a head start on thinking about how to integrate this, how to be ready for the changes, and how to, you know, just be competitive in the marketplace. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you all for your attention and participation. Please talk to the project leads if you're interested in any specific project, and Bill if you're interested in membership, and any of the FDA team if you have questions about any of the work that we're doing. And have a good weekend.